Welcome to the first meet of the 1920 season of Victorian Milers Club.
I'll probably position just over here.
For our new venue
I'll get out
here this year at
and
Duncan MacKinnon Reserve out in Murrumbeena. Brand new grandstand, brand new track to enjoy all the action from, although weather conditions not looking fantastic at this point. I'm Michael Masseni and I'm joined in the commentary box by James Coleman.
Good evening, everyone.
And thanks, James. And on special comments tonight, Mitch Dyer.
Thanks for having me, boys.
So bringing all the action from Duncan MacKinnon Reserve. The first of the 28 races tonight will be the men's J 800 metres. So to read out competitors, we have Anthony Van Eaton, Kurt Golonka, Toby Hurst, Jackson Tanner, Benjamin Bleacher, Michael Gallacher, Josiah Backer, Scott Orchard, Brock Goddings, William Egner, and Davin Traub. PBs spread across about 45 seconds, so we will see the athletes spread out amongst the track fairly early on in this event, as we do get in the early events.
At Milers Club, meet number 1. Bit sloshy on the inner lane as we see this full field of 11. The men's J 800 setting off. They'll be going through the crossover cones.
So that looks like Kurt Golonka from Glen Huntley has taken the early lead. Anthony Van Eaton from Old Scotch slipping in behind him. They are the first two at the moment. PBs or seated times of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So they will be looking to go through that first lap in about 1 minute 15 seconds if they run an even race. A little bit of wind about, but I believe it is dropping as the night goes on, as is the rain. They'll just have to get through a few of the puddles in lane 1, James.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like it's a little bit clogged up over at that 100 metre start. You know what they say, a wet track is a fast track.
Unless it's completely underwater.
Nah, we're all right here.
You've got confidence. All right, hopefully we get a few PBs tonight as they go through that first lap in 67, 68, 69 seconds for the boys.
Yeah, so definitely a quick first lap. I was a little bit slow on starting the clock, so maybe add a couple of seconds to that. But at this stage, Anthony Van Eaton, he's out in the lead. There's a group of 3 of them. Doncaster teammate Michael Gallacher, Josiah Baker. Hard to get an ID from just out here. The two of them duking pretty well. I'd say Van Eaton's looking pretty strong. Still striding out. His seed time 2:30. He should be right on about that at this stage.
Tell you why he's winning. He's got the warmest calves in the whole field. Those long socks there. He's got the right idea in a bit of a cold night.
Yeah, that's right. Would like to see some red ones though, match that uniform, but can't have it all.
Still, warm calves equals fast times. Bit of a tip for anyone coming down Duncan MacKinnon tonight and having a run.
So coming into the home straight, Van Eaton, he's led for a lot of this race. Looking pretty strong, so 2:30 the seed time. He's going to get pretty close to that at this stage. So Van Eaton, I reckon that's about a 2:27. So he should be happy with that. The athlete from Doncaster, so seed times of 2:40 for Josiah Baker and Michael Gallacher. So personal best for one of those. And good to see a couple of the youngsters duking it out here. So from Maccabi, that'll be Benjamin Bleacher. Good strong finish and a big smile on his face too as he comes across. So that'll wrap up the first of our events this evening. First of 28. and we're looking at about 400 entries for tonight. So hopefully the weather doesn't keep too many of them away. We'll have plenty more action ahead. So our next event on the track will be the men's I-800. We have Remy Williams of Doncaster, Charles Sutherland of Glen Huntly, Jordan White-Coath of the Yarra Rangers, David Leeton from Old Scotch, Tyler Hadfield, unattached, Richard Dorr from Mornington Peninsula, Jonathan Clamp of South Melbourne, Edward Gibson of Mentone, Will Orchid of Glen Huntly, Noah Thorpe of Ringwood, Jordan Levy, unattached, and Matthew De Bruin of Glen Huntly. So these athletes all seated within 5 seconds. We'll see that a lot throughout tonight. A pretty close field. So 2:25 is the fastest seed time in this, belonging to Remy Williams, down to 2:30.
Some of these early on races, James, look like father-son races with the ages spread between the 40 or 50-year-olds, and then you got the 12, 13, 14-year-olds as well in there. So interesting battles going on.
Yeah, certainly. I reckon there'll be a bit of pride on the line for some of those older athletes, and you can't underestimate that father, that old man strength.
The man strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That we refer to in distance running all the time. Just wait till the 3Ks start. That old man strength.
So leading our field at the moment will be Remy Williams. But just as I've said that, looks like we've got a new leader. So one of our unattached runners, Tyler Hadfield, or Jordan Levy is the other unattached athlete. So
it does look to be Tyler Hadfield, followed by Remy Williams, and the athlete from Mornington in Richard Dorr sitting in third position. Didn't quite get a time in that first lap, but just for raising the spirits of this field, let's say they're on pace.
Yeah, let's say they went through 110. That'd be nice. Look at this good move on the back straight from the youngster. So that's Remy Williams. So there's that old man strength, but then there's the young boy pop in the legs, isn't there?
And there's Jordan Levy in there in second position. Richard Dawes in third, and is that the young lad from Ringwood in Noah Thorpe sitting in fourth position?
Oh, that could be Noah Thorpe leading that chase pack. But wow, this is a fantastic run from Remy Williams. He's absolutely powered away. Has shown no signs of fatiguing. So Williams of Doncaster looking the likely one to take out this race. But Richard Dorr of Mornington Peninsula, he's starting to put the hammer on and pull away. So he'll take out this second place. That'll be Jordan Levy.
How's the production value on our live stream this year, James? You can hear the slapping of the track as the runners go past. Feels like very appropriate during a spring racing carnival season.
Oh, that's right. Feels like you're right out there, isn't it? Like a little bit of the old microphone on the stumps, or microphone on the basketball ring to hear that swish.
That's it. Bringing the action live to everyone at home. The stands are actually packed here at Duncan MacKinnon. Cannot get a seat in the house, but if you are a bit away from the stadium tonight, we are bringing it to you live. Share it with your friends. If you know any family or friends running today, share it around. The next race will be the women's G race, and I'll read out the names who we have competing in this event as they make their way into the track. So we have Claire Beaton-Wells, unattached, Amy Cripps of Diamond Valley, Kaylee Mangan of Essendon, Sally Morrison of Mentone, Safi Killarup of Doncaster, Talia Davidson of Box Hill, Grace Wilson of Doncaster, Cara Gilbert of Glen Huntley, and Megan Pratt of Casey Cardinia to round out the field in the first of the women's events tonight. PB spanning about 20 seconds or so. 2:40 will be around the leading time. Pretty easy maths for the 800. Halve their time and minus a couple of seconds for that first lap. What do you reckon, James?
Yeah, pretty much bang on. You're a good coach, aren't you?
It's easy when it's just 2 laps. When it's 3 3/4 laps for a 1500, it gets a little bit confusing. You've got to get the calculator out, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon for those 3Ks later on tonight, 7.5, not quite the simple split.
So Amy Cripps, Diamond Valley, has got a strong start around the bend, as a few of them will bunch up together. The athlete from Box Hill, Talia Davidson, is right up there as well, as is Kaylee Mangan of Essendon, as the girls string out pretty evenly along the back straight. So we are here at Duncan MacKinnon Reserve, a new venue for the Milers Club events this year. Fresh track, only been laid in the last 12 months or so. So once we clear up a few of the puddles in lane 1, might get a few quick times here tonight. Early in the season, don't know what people have done over the pre-season. And from Box Hill, Talia Davidson takes the lead ahead of, looks like Claire Beaton-Wells, our unattached athlete, sitting just behind her as we hear the slapping of the track as they go past the first lap in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, James.
Yeah, so right on what you said, we want just that half that split time at 2:40 minus a couple of seconds. So they're on great pace here at the moment. So it's going to be that duo of Talia Davidson and Claire Beaton-Wells leading them out. So, and then Diamond Valley, Amy Cripps, she was our early leader. Kind of stuck a little bit no man's land out on that back straight.
Safi Killer up and Sally Morrison next behind Amy Cripps. And Grace Wilson making her way up onto the heels of her Doncaster teammate in the back straight as well. While Kaylee Mangan of Essendon slowly fades away into the second lap on that back straight there.
Yeah, so Beaton-Wells looks like she's starting to get a little bit of a gap now just over Davidson. I guess the beauty of some of these younger athletes is they've had a bit of a school season coming into this, so we might see that theme throughout the night where those younger athletes are primed and ready to go for this. And she's looking very strong, continuously pulling away over this last 200. So Claire Beaton-Wells, I think a PB is well and truly on the cards. So 2:33, 2:34. It's a fantastic run, and so too Talia Davidson. That'll be a sub 2:40. And about a 2:47 as that group of athletes cross the line. So maybe the track is pretty good tonight, Mika. It's some PBs so far.
PBs never, the time never lies, James.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Hard evidence here.
There's a little bit of rain, but it doesn't look like there's too much of a breeze. So if it can stay this way, why not some good PBs throughout the night?
Okay, and the men's H 800 metres, third men's race, fourth race in total of the night. In lane 1 from Yarra Rangers, we have Craig Hewitson, Lachlan Marasco from DAC. Is that Doncaster Athletes Club? Dylan Littlejohn of Diamond Valley, Thomas Dallow of Ringwood, Sebastian Farrelly of Mornington, Anmol Benipal of South Melbourne, Harry Chen of Box Hill, Adam Braverman of Glen Hunley, Hamish Terrace and Brodie Atchison of Mornington to round out the field. Also, Vernon Gibson has popped up there, the athlete.
Yeah, don't forget old Vernon.
Vernon just popping up all the time. So I think I did all right there with the abbreviations off the screen.
Yeah, good job. I was impressed.
No, thank you.
Got it right.
It's been around clubs for too long. Who are you liking in this race, James? Who's amongst the top seeded athletes?
Well, again, we got a bit of a mix between these youngsters and these older athletes. And I still reckon with all these school races, the young athletes are ready to go. They're in prime form at the moment. So I'm just going to go with the favourites, Sebastian Farrelly, Thomas Dello. They both have seed times of 2:18.
Tell you what, even if Seb Farrelly had a seed time around the middle of the field, I'd still be backing him. He's a great athlete, knows how to race very well. Still pretty young. He is the youngest in this field, along with his Mornington clubmate Brodie Atchison, both at 12 years old. But
he has gone for it. I tell you what, old Sebastian Farrelly, I'm liking my tip at the moment. Looking very strong, very smooth.
So it doesn't look to be Seb Farrelly, actually. It's Brodie Atchison or Hamish Terrace, and we will get that confirmation as they round that first lap. So apologies for that mispronunciation in the commentary box, but we do recognise the Where's Wally colours. Found him. Animal Benipal of South Melbourne is entering that front straight to near that first lap in first place. From Ringwood, Thomas Dallow is having a strong run, and we see Brodie and Hamish of Mornington. I believe it's Brodie in second place there.
So it is Brodie Atchison, that's the one who's sitting in second. So they've gone through that bell lap in a little bit over 62. So
Harry Chen up there as well on the shoulder of the boys, rounding that second pack. But it is all the athlete from South Melbourne, Animal Benipol. He's not making it hard to find, even though he is in the Where's Wally kit out the front. He's there all alone.
That's right, he's looking good, but I reckon there's a storm of athletes that are going to be coming after him. Dylan Littlejohn of Diamond Valley looking particularly dangerous. I think he could be the most likely of that group of athletes, but
I reckon Animal's going to hold him off.
Benipol is looking pretty good, isn't he?
But we'll see 150 metres to go as they
still
round that final bend. Look at Brodie Atchison from Mornington. He started very strong, and he is finishing strong as well, as is his teammate Hamish Terrace, your mate from Diamond Valley.
Yeah, he's
James
looking good, and Harry Chen. They're both coming
Really
very strong. We know that the last 100 of the 800 is a very long way, and Harry Chen of Box Hill, what a run.
Wowee, boy, oh boy. You almost called it, James.
I almost did.
You called Dylan Littlejohn, who closed very strong as well. But Harry Chen, wow, what a last 200 metres from him.
Yeah, he was looking pretty good around that final bend. We thought that maybe it was just a little bit too much, and old Benipol would have pulled away, but couldn't quite hold him off.
Very exciting racing here. That's what we'll probably see a little bit more tonight, rather than there will be a few PBs here and there, but some good solid racing as well in the less than ideal conditions here at Duncan MacKinnon Reserve.
That's right.
And just a bit of an upgrade as well to those guys watching at home. If you do want to watch the replays of the race, we do have Andrew, one of our producers, sitting in Sydney cutting up the races in real time. So they're already live on our YouTube channel. So if you did miss a race, make sure you head to our YouTube channel on Athletics Exclusive. You can watch them straight after the race. We'll introduce the next race, boys.
Wow, look at that. That is unreal.
Yeah, how good is that? What innovation that we're bringing to Athletic Exclusive in the Vic Milers streams this year, Lockie.
So it'll now bring us to the women's F800. We have Cushy Diol of Box Hill, Mia Wilson of Box Hill, Ava Glazniak unattached, Claire Hurley of Ringwood, Hinda Redzik Mentone, Yara Taylor of Western Athletics, Aislinn Jansen of Athletics Waverley, Madeline Basharudin of GLG, Geelong Guild, Maddie Crimmers de Boer of Sandringham, and Charlotte Ball of Box Hill, Ruby Schultz of Box Hill, and Zali Naj of Box Hill. So Box Hill galore in this race.
Box Hill always has strong showings at the Vic Milers clubs, and they host a couple of their own events during the season as well. So very strong distance club, Box Hill. You always see lots of them on track.
That's for sure.
What are the time spread in this, James?
So 2:35 of Yara Taylor is our fastest seed time, out to 2:45. So all within 10 seconds, these athletes.
Harvard and minus a couple.
Yeah, so what do you reckon? We want about a 1:15?
Yeah, thereabouts.
1:15 to 1:17 through that first lap.
Well, it's half of 2:35. 1:17, isn't it?
1:17.
Minus a couple.
0.5.
Couple being 2.
1:15,
75.
1:15.5.
1:15. There you go. Let's see if they listen to us. It's worked a couple of times so far. And we'll try our best to distinguish the Box Hill athletes from one another.
Yeah, it will be a little bit of a tough job, won't it?
Organisers have done us a great favour in having them doubling up in the same lanes as well.
That's right.
Thanks for that, Tim Crosby.
With the hip numbers on the left. So we'll do our very, very best.
As we see, the athlete from Box Hill charging to the start.
Well, you know what? I actually reckon that might be our Geelong Guild athlete, Madeline Basharudin.
Yara Taylor running a strong race as well. The athlete from Western Athletics is in the mix.
Early start there for Taylor.
So Taylor out to the front. On her inside, Ava Glazniak, one of our unattached athletes. So they certainly have strung out pretty quick. So about 33 seconds through that first 200. So on a blistering pace. So as they come around this bend, Ava Glazniak leading us through, or actually that could be one, could that be a pacemaker? Or either another unattached athlete or uniform I haven't quite seen before. So as they come up through the bell lap, we'll get a read on that split time. It's going to be 71 seconds as they go through the first 100, 400.
So a strong first 400, a little bit faster than our predicted 75, but some of the younger athletes, and we tend to see in the girls racing a little bit more an aggressive first lap. Sometimes that results in a PB, sometimes that results in a lot of pain in that second lap. The athlete from Sandringham, Matty Krems de Boer, is making a charge to the front with 200 metres to go as they round the discus cage on the back straight. And one of our 8 athletes from Box Hill is right on Matty's heels as well.
Yeah, so it's looking like it will be the Box Hill 1-2. Try have a look at the clock right as they come through. You will be able to see on your screen now. So both of these two Box Hill girls have worked really well together. So Box Hill 1-2 then from Western Athletics, Yara Taylor.
Then
rounding
Matty
out third
Krems de Boer.
place.
From Ringwood, Claire Hurley in the mix as well. About a 2:32 finishing time for the front girls there, so 2:35 was the seed for a whole heap of them. So a few PBs in that race as well in the women's F.
There's a few sandwiches and stuff for the volunteers and the Christmas, so they don't need to pay for it anyway. So.
But the canteen's now open.
Yeah, canteen open.
And the good news is the canteen is open, so we need some refreshments, sustenance. It's been operated by the Glen Huntly Athletic Club. We do thank Glen Huntly and also the Caulfield Little Athletic Centre for hosting us here this evening.
So next race that we'll be looking at is the men's G 800 metres. So in lane 1, Ben Forster of St Kevin's. Lane 2, Harry Sharma of Western Athletics. Lane 3, Wilson Fletcher of Mornington Peninsula. MPA, of course. That was an easy one. Stuffed that up. Lane 4, Jet Schofield of Wellington. Dan Gippsland area, I believe. Lane 5, Michael Susan of Glen Huntly. Lane 6, Oliver McDonald, unattached. Lane 7, Ashton Sin of Doncaster. Number 8, Sam Albertson of MTG. You're going to have to help me out again, James. Former membership coordinator of Athletics Victoria. Oh, Mentone Grammar School. There you go. Thank you, Mitch Dyer, for your special comment there. Number 9 is Sam Lindsay, Glen Huntly, and number 10 is Xavier McDonald of STK, which of course is St Kevin's College.
Yeah, that's right. So we will see throughout the night some pacemakers in that light red singlet. So that's one of the beautiful things about Milers Club and the distance running community here in Victoria. We often have many people willing to put up their hands to help set a good pace for these athletes that are all out here to chase some fast times and have some good races. So,
how fast?
Well, 2:14 to 2:17, so all within 3 seconds this field has seated themselves.
It's getting exciting as the times are closing up a little bit. Ben Forster, a young athlete, only 11 years old, part of the Team Matthews running stable.
Yep, and also Caulfield Grammar boy.
Your ex-school, isn't it, James?
Yeah, my old school, and my brother coaches down there, so...
the mighty Caulfield Grammar, eh?
Yeah, a little bit of bias towards the Caulfield boys.
So we have our pacemaker leading the way around, but that'd be Oliver McDonald in second position. Wellington athlete as well on his outside in Jet Schofield. The white and the red and blue stripes. He's rounding the bend, just overtaking or just on the shoulder of that pacemaker there. So he's itching, he is looking for a big time today.
Yeah, Schofield wants nothing to do with the pacer at this point. The pacer having a quick look at his watch, wondering what's going on, looking over his shoulder. So Schofield must be feeling pretty good.
Wilson Fletcher, the athlete from Mornington, is in the mix as well as they round that first lap in 64 seconds in a pretty comfortable pace. They've got an extra 10 seconds up their sleeve to run that second lap.
Yeah, they're all looking pretty good. So Schofield, the one leading him out. Oliver McDonald, the youngster in the middle, who looks like he might be closing that gap just a little bit. Then the Mornington Peninsula athlete, Wilson Fletcher, he's sitting in third. And then a good pack of athletes in that chase pack. So hard to pick one at this point, but McDonald, the youngster's looking very strong. And
Harry Sharma as well, the athlete from Western Athletics, my mighty club out from the western suburbs. He has made a move on the back straight as well, as has the athlete from Glen Huntly in Michael Susan.
Yeah, so Susan doing well with that chase pack, but if we look back to our leaders, Oliver McDonald absolutely powering away, but can't quite shake Fletcher. So perhaps Schofield, the figure in the white, our early leader, is starting to pay dues from not sitting behind that pacer. McDonald rewarding from that sit, but benefiting more from the beautiful sit and kick is Wilson Fletcher, who's timed his run to perfection. So 2:11, about a 3-second PB there.
4-second PB if you don't mind. Take a bow, son. Well, boy, oh boy. Harry Sharma, strong finish as well, as was the athlete from Glen Huntly and Michael Susan. So strong running from all the boys in the men's G 800 metres. We're getting down in the times now.
Oh, it's certainly starting to heat up, isn't it? That is why I love these Milers Club races so much.
Up next, we got the women's E800. Real off the names here. Claudia Irving of Sandringham, Kayla Schwulol of Mornington Peninsula, Chloe Johnston of Unattached, Dee Dee Deng of Box Hill, Hannah Wilcock of Mentone, Remy McKay of Box Hill, Alicia Cassidy of Box Hill again, Imogen Baker of Mornington Peninsula, Kayla Bridges of they're Eureka, I believe, Matilda Strungle of Sandringham, and Monique Dewsnap of Unattached. So a pretty loaded field here.
That was elite recognition of club abbreviations as well, Mitch. Congratulations.
Thank you. Tried my absolute best there.
So seed times through this will be between 2:30 and 2:35. So 5 seconds separating these 11 girls. We've got our pacer again in the red singlet, sitting in lane 4. So they're all the way pretty smoothly at this point. Our 2 pacers having a little bit of trouble getting to the front, so likely the pace is well and truly on at the moment. So I think that's Dee Dee Dang that is leading them out. Now one of our pacers has got to the front spot.
Bit of jostling
one of our pacers trying to get around now as well.
In the midfield there, everybody trying to find a spot at the 200 mark. And the pacer has absolutely gone for it. And no one's having a bar of it at the moment, but they're about to spread themselves out here. About to come into the straight. And it looks like Dee Dee Dang is going to be the one to trail off the pacer there, with the big group set behind her.
So it really does look like this field has kind of broken up into a little bit of 2. So probably about 111, 112 is what we would have liked to see them gone through. So 67, that's a pretty quick first lap. So that is why we probably got the bulk of the athletes sitting off the pacer just a little bit.
It's like Dee Dee Dang and Hannah Wilcock there. Only one's about to come with the pacer as the rain starts to fall now.
Yeah, the rain is starting to come down pretty hard. It still looks like the wind is not too strong, so that can be the hardest thing with the conditions. When you've got a strong wind, it presents a big challenge, but just a bit of rain won't spoil the spirits of these athletes. So Dee Dee Dang still leading us out. Behind her, Hannah Wilcock of Mentone. Trying to bridge the gap just a little bit. Kayla Bridges, so as Bridges bridges the gap. She is doing a great job. It's quickly starting to get eaten into, but Dee Dee Dang to Wilcock, our top 2. Bridges, she's inching closer.
She's moving up there, but Dee Dee Dang's gone gun to tape outside the pacer, and she's wanted all of it. So she leads into the straight here, and I don't think she's going to get caught. She's moving away now, but you're right, Bridges is absolutely flying up here now, but I think Dee Dee Dang's going to hold on to this one.
Yeah, so it might not be enough time for Bridges. Dee Dee Dang, fantastic running, 2:29. We've got her Bridges right on about 2:30. Matilda Struggle crossing the line of Sandringham, and a strong finish. I believe that was Imogen Baker of Mornington Peninsula. And Claudia Irving of Sandringham to round out that field. So as we come up to our next race now, it will be the men's F800. Wearing hip number 1 will be Max Jones of CHI. That's Athletics Chilwell. And it looks like we've had a little bit of an update with our start list. So, yes, Max Jones of Chilwell, Samuel Lowe of Malvern, Jack Diamond of Eureka Athletics, Benjamin Purser of Doncaster, Archie Caldo of Wendouree, Aaron Wood of Sandringham, Ben Cashin of Old Scotch, Peter Costanzo of Ringwood, and Trevor Newen of Athletics Waverley.
As we see a bit of the red and yellow rain coming across the Murrumbeena area on the Bureau of Meteorology radar on our little screen here at Duncan MacKinnon Reserve. Shouldn't last too long, but it is definitely raining right now for the men's F800 metre race. So it looks like we have our pacemaker in this race, but starting off pretty strong in the inside is Jack Diamond of Eureka, the figure in the yellow jersey, charging his way up the back straight. The athlete from Old Scotch in the red, Ben Cashin, is running a good one so far, as well as the athletes are only separated by 2 seconds in their season best time.
So we should be on for a pretty exciting race, but you're right, Diamond of Eureka has absolutely gone for it. No need for the pacer whatsoever.
It's a valuable tool, but I feel like some athletes tonight are ignoring it, so we'll see if those who do ignore it actually pays off for their race. Sometimes the pacer's way too in front, sometimes the pacer is completely ignored by some toey younger athletes, but Jack Diamond, he certainly does put the pedal to the metal as he rounds about 450 metres in this race. While there's a big bunch of athletes, about 50 metres, let's say 30 metres behind him. Not that ambitious. Do you think they'll catch him, James?
I don't know, Diamond's looking pretty strong. He went through a 59 seconds, so 2:10 is the PB or the C time we've got written for him. But there's a couple of those athletes, they are charging after him.
It's always easy when you work together as well. So these two athletes running side by side, about probably now 25 metres off Diamond, working together, as are the next 2 or 3 behind them as well. They're all sort of slowly bridging that gap, but it might just be too late for them to catch them. It'd have to be 15 metres to make up in this last 100 metres. Diamond is slowing, and the boys in white from the same club just behind are making a late charge.
Yeah, Diamond, he's run out of time, but look at this good charge from Sandringham. That's Aaron Wood. So a great finish from Wood, so Diamond will take it out.
Did not even see Wood coming there. Charge from behind.
Wood just there. And
the Diamond, great run from Diamond. He was gutsy. We said that not following the pacemaker doesn't always pay off, but it clearly did for the athlete from Ballarat, making the trip well and truly worth it. Coming cross town on a Thursday night, that's commitment to his sport and commitment to PBs. Did he get one?
I reckon he might have been on. His seat time was 2:10. So I'm just having a look at that singlet. So Waverley Malvern is the singlet.
Interesting. New club maybe. Waverley Malvern.
Yeah, so perhaps a little bit of a merge happening there. It's a nice looking singlet. They've done well with the design as well. The old WM, I reckon they've put it together.
Well, why do you reckon they've gone with the WM design?
Waverley Malvern.
Put
the W of Waverley, the M for Malvern, put them together. And it's kind of like this little zigzaggy kind of
There you
thing
go. That
going
is a
across
smart
there.
design there.
Yep.
That makes complete sense, eh?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And our next race, the women's D race. As we get our list on the screen, we have Romani Durbajoskin from Box Hill, Ruby Crisp from Ringwood, Charlotte Drake from Williamstown, Alatiani from St Kevin's, Karima Wakim from Collingwood, Monica Clark from Old Zavs, Sophie Bolmat from Sandringham, Lydia Walston from Box Hill, Noah Surup, unattached, so she's our invitational runner, possibly our pacemaker, Isabel Young from Essendon, and Pippa Dillon from Box Hill, as the rain continues to steadily fall here in Murrumbeena. What are we up to? That's our race number 9 of 28 for the night. We've got a few athletes in the red singlets here, so wondering if there are a couple of pacemakers, or maybe they've just doubled up because they're a little bit cold.
I don't know. I reckon maybe we could see a little bit of a flying V formation as we saw in the Ineos 159 challenge. Well, what do you think?
Oh, okay. Yeah. For any
Yeah.
marathon fans out there, maybe we might see a 1, 2, 3 leading the way around in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, I wonder if one's nominated as captain or not.
Yeah. Is this they've all been in red, the Pacers. Is this a new initiative from the Vic Milers Club?
I think they've all come out of Steve Ellinghouse's squad, so they all seem to be congregating down there, and I think they might have training partners in the race. I'm not sure, but it's really looking that way.
That'd be a good initiative.
I think you could
Pass
be spot on the
signal
money,
around.
Mitch.
So the young athlete from St Kevin's has made a pretty strong start in the middle. There's Alatiani. Lydia Walston from Box Hill is in the mix as well.
So our Pacers doing a pretty good job getting out front at the moment. So maybe we are seeing,
So
because
it is
we
the
saw
1-2.
we saw the leaders, and then there was one pacer kind of sitting behind.
But also
Elliot.
there's that one pacer out the back as well, unless they're not a pacer.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's how the
Pacers.
flag V
yeah.
works. There was the pacer sitting behind him.
So if all the other 10 runners is Elliot Kipchoge, then they're just sitting in the middle of the other two. As the back pacemaker does just pull out, maybe she was just going for a 200-metre rep at training potentially.
As
and
does the
leaving out
other
one
one.
pacemaker in the race by herself. So I don't know, maybe they practiced a little bit more when they did the 159 project. But anyway, Mon Clark's looking strong in the second position there, the tall figure. Looks to be running well, conservative bit of energy. Alatiani from St Kevin's. And in first position is our athlete from Ringwood in Ruby Crisp. She's a strong runner who's had many races under her belt.
So pretty much spot on the money. They're about 68 seconds through that first lap. So 2:26, the fastest C time. So, you know, going by our theory, we'd want like a 1:10 or 1:11 first lap. So certainly put herself in territory for a big PB at the moment. Most of these girls, actually.
Karima Wakim as well in fourth position in the field. Depending if you're counting this pacemaker or not. Mon Clark is overtaking our leader in Ruby Crisp and making her way to the front of the field, clearing a metre or so as she rounds the discus cage with 200 metres to go, James.
I'll tell you what, Wakim looking very dangerous in the Collingwood colours. Looking
Karima.
fantastic coming off the bench. She's timed her run to perfection. Mon Clark trying her hardest to hold her off, but Wakim, she sniffed the finish line. She sniffed that she can take this heat out. And have a look at the clock. So 2:26 the C time. We're at 2:15 now. 10 seconds to get down this small part of the straight. She'll be going home with a PB for sure. Well done, Karima Wakim. 2:22, 2:23, Monica Clark. And in third position of Ringwood, Ruby Crisp, our leader just after the bell. So
Huge run from Karima.
fantastic. And I think we're starting to see that trend throughout the night. Those athletes just sitting back, using those paces to just shelter from that little bit of wind, and then coming off strong. So it looks like it'll be the tailwind coming into the home straight. So if you can time your kick right, it'll be a good ride home.
That's it. And the rain is still falling here at Caulfield, but the pace is not.
No,
the pace is still on.
The pace is
The
certainly
pace
not
is definitely not falling.
The pace is just going to be picking up. I'll say it all night. A wet track is a fast track.
Unless there's puddles. But even so, there is puddles and it's still fast.
Yep.
What race have we got next anyway?
The men's E800 to get those start lists. So Raymond Jansen of Athletics Waverley, Aaron Little of St Kevin's, Thomas Hughes of Mentone, Caleb McLennan of Doncaster, Alexander Gibson of Mentone, Hugo Goodman of St Kevin's, Max Thompson of Doncaster, Tom Davidson of St Kevin's, Fred Leet of Old Scotch, and Josh Jensen of Knox Athletics. So we'll see a lot of these youngsters in these next few 800s that have run at the recent Victorian All Schools, which was over 2 weekends this year, allowing our athletes to double up some events a little bit more, as well as giving our wonderful officials a bit of relief from some of those very long days we saw in previous programs. So our C times.
They're pretty short here, James. There are only 4 seconds between the top seed time and the slowest seed time there.
Oh, fantastic. And what's the quickest seed we're looking at?
You got a 2:05 here, so I'm thinking they're going to go out pretty hot if the other races are anything to judge off, but a lot of yellow. It's going to get a bit confusing.
Definitely a sub-60 first lap, I reckon, in this one. Will we start to see some sub-2s is also what I'd like to know.
Well, you got Darcy Pound pacing out there, and he's a National Lounge meter finalist, so he's no stranger to a quick pace.
So certainly getting after it from the start.
Yeah, they've absolutely flown out of the blocks here as Darcy now gets to the front, can control this pace a little bit better. And it's a big group of St Kevin's athletes right behind him there, trying to block the wind as much as possible. I think we need to give it a bit more credit. These trees look like they're about to blow over. So as they fly through the first 200, I didn't get the split there, but it's looking pretty fast from the gun, James.
Yeah, they were well under 30 seconds through that first 200. And you can see they've strung out pretty well. Fred Leeton just at the back. He took home some medals, some silverware with him in the Vic All Schools over the weekend. But leading from St Kevin's just at the moment. This is some really good running. Aaron Little. But now starting to go around him. Caleb McLennan of Doncaster, our pacer, doing very well to take them through 450.
They're nicely strung out here. They're all going to get a good run down the back straight. And we'll see who can really take off here. The St Kevin's athletes there. I believe it's Hugo Goodman. And his teammate now comes around the outside.
So Aaron Little of St Kevin's, he's the one coming around on the outside. McLennan still working hard to hold him off. But Little and then 2 of Mentone, Alexander Gibson or his teammate Thomas Hughes. But a big sea of them coming around from this last 120.
A huge sea of yellow here. And there's St Kevin's to the front, and I don't know which one. There's enough of them, but they're going to come down the line. They're going to hit it real hard here. And here comes the Mentone athlete.
It's Tom Davidson of St Kevin's that was holding them off, but this is a beautiful finish from Thomas Hughes. Brilliant running, 2:05 is what we just got him at, so that was his C time.
And he just flew home.
Sure.
He wanted all the smoke.
Plenty of yellow.
Next up, we have the women's C race, and we are getting fast in these 800 metres. In Station 1, we have Georgia Mueller from Western Avs. 2, we have Claudia Albiel from Unattached Invitation. Reese Fisher from Mornington Peninsula. San Backer from Doncaster. Jamison Battistella, the multi-eventer from Melbourne Uni. Stella Crawford-Rust from Box Hill. Brianna Kroll from Box Hill. Genevieve O'Brien from Glen Huntley. Audrey Savage. Love that name. Savage.
Savage. Let's hopefully she's savage over this 800.
We'll see. From Essendon. Vicky Malamas from Box Hill. And Tani Vijay Kumar from Sandringham to round out the field. There are only 8 athletes on the track. A few might have been scared away by the rain. So we do have a couple of scratchings amongst the athletes I've just listed off.
Brianna Kroll should be racing pretty hungry. 4th at the Vic Old Schools 1500. So she'll be looking to run a great PB here.
About 2:20 is the fastest of the seed times in Jamison Battistella, the open age multi-eventer. and she does get out pretty strong in the middle, the athlete in white, as does the athlete just on her inside, the second highest seed, San Baka. I believe it's Sane Baka.
Yeah, Vicky Malamis now Box Hill on the outside. She's slotted into the front, so no paces in this race. It does get a little bit harder to find the paces once the pace gets a little bit quicker, especially in these 800s.
Given a little bit of wind as well, Reese Fisher from Mornington's not in a bad position, sitting in about 4th or 5th position. Probably pays a little bit to sit in early in on the race. We've seen some very, very strong finishes in a few of the early races tonight here in Caulfield.
Yeah, that's right. And I'd say Battistella has got herself in a brilliant position at the moment, just sitting in 3rd there in the colours of Melbourne Uni. But it's still Vicky Malamis of Box Hill leading us through.
Brianna Krall, actually. Sorry, James.
Oh, I've got it wrong. My apologies.
Close.
It is Brianna Krall.
And Sane Baka of Doncaster, followed by Jamison Battistella. They are your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The athlete unattached, Claudia Alby, and Reese Fisher, as I said earlier, the athlete in the orange from Mornington, has just sat on the heels of someone this whole race and is passing our invitational athlete to slip into 3rd position on the back straight. Keep an eye on the athlete with the pink shoes and the orange singlet. You can't really miss her. Jamison Battistella still running strong in the back, but keep an eye on Reese Fisher of Mornington. I don't want to say it, but I did call her a lap ago, James.
No, you totally caught it. You said she was sitting in a fantastic position and she's looking pretty good. I did say Battistella was sitting in a good position. She's looking pretty strong at the moment, but we can't go past Brianna Krall at the moment. She's run a fabulous race from the start. So we've seen this final straight being very long, and wow, Michael Masseni perhaps take a bow. Perhaps I'm saying it too early, but
perhaps you are.
Fisher has run fantastic. Krall giving it everything to hold her off. She's looked over the shoulder, but Fisher, fantastic run, 2:23.
Well, I will claim that prediction, James, but the good thing is when you're calling 28 races in a night, you're bound to sort of get 1 or 2 of these calls right. You can absolutely gloat when you get it right and just sort of fall silent when you stuff it up.
Yeah, that's right. I suppose you can, but no, that was perfectly said, and we've seen it so far tonight, just those athletes that are just kind of taking their time, being a little bit patient, sitting in.
Great run, though. Yeah. Brianna Krall, very impressive on that one as well, led almost the whole race. Very, very strong runner who's been running for a number of years already, a young athlete. So up next we have the men's C race. And Station 1, Lachlan Addard of Essendon, Declan Murphy of Glen Huntly, Kai Gillingham of Keyless and Bernards, Connor Lynch of St Kevin's, Aaron Downs of Essendon, Ewan Webber of Box Hill, Jared Cripps of Diamond Valley, Jared Hobbs of Geelong Guild, I believe. Yep, Geelong Guild, Keegan Hillamacher, Invitational, Thomas Sheridan, Ringwood, and Chris Sutton, Old Zavarians, to round out the field in the men's C race.
Kai Gillingham, 2nd at Vic All Schools in the 800, so he's come off a bit of silverware there. He'll be ready to come and flex out here.
Yeah, that's right. I reckon he's definitely one to watch out for in this race, because those younger athletes, they have had the school season, whether it's been APS, SSV, or various school carnivals. They've done plenty of racing. They're ready to go. They'll be full of steam. Of some of our other athletes, maybe their season openers tonight as well. So plenty of excitement.
Pacemaker again having a really push to get to the front. Darcy Pound, he's got to be in his about 4th pacemaking event tonight.
Yeah, be getting in a good workout for
He's
himself,
getting a
that's
fair
for sure.
workout.
So we might be getting to the point where we see some of those sub 2 minute 800s. 2:02 is, or 1:57, my apologies, is our fastest seat time, and is down to 2:04. So it looks like we've got a Victorian representative repping the big V that is out in front. Jaron Hobbs of Geelong Guild is the one who's sitting in 2nd position if we discount our pacemaker. And then Connor Lynch of St Kevin's. Then just behind him is Thomas Sheridan of Ringwood. So Jaron Hobbs is quickly moved around and he's getting a little bit of a lead, so 1 to 2 metres. Our Vic representative trying hard, but I reckon Connor Lynch could almost be the pick of the bunch at the moment. Perhaps old Hobbs has gone out a little bit too early. Still 400 to go. The field is starting to close that gap, so it looked like a race of maybe 2, but it's pretty tough to call at this point. Hobbs is pulling away. But
Lynch is looking very dirty there.
Look at this around the bend. That's going to be Lachlan Attard or Aaron Dowes, either of those athletics Essendon. He's pulled out wide.
He wants it.
And he's looking fantastic. So Attard, but Lynch is fighting strong. Lynch, a very strong finish. Can Attard quite get there? No, he won't.
2:01 on the clock there.
So they've just missed that sub 2, but the seed times of 2:02. I think there'll be a few happy campers at this stage. A good way to start the season and sniff off hopefully some more PBs as they come up to it. So that concludes our men's D 800. So we will see with the timetable tonight a little bit of a pyramid type timetable with the seed. So as we go into the pointy end of our 800s, we'll then go straight into the pointy end of our 3Ks. So sets to be a very exciting 45, 50 minutes of viewing coming up. So our next race, the men's C800, Jack Forer of Glen Huntly, Rupert Clemenger of Box Hill, James Maddox of Sandringham, Patrick Cam of Glen Huntly, Nathan Crowley of Williamstown, Robert Cap, Mentone, Will Meggett of Melbourne University, Declan Falls of Melbourne University, Isaac Rosado of Eureka, and Aidan Dupaswan of the mighty St. Stephen's Harriers. I say mighty, taking out the Premier Division XCR in 2019.
Yeah, right, I'll call that mighty as far as distance running goes. So far you've mentioned Caulfield Grammar, St. Stephen's.
Yep, I'm just waiting.
Any other affiliations that you want to? North Texas?
Yeah, well maybe now's a good time to point out that Richmond were the premiers in 2019 of the Australian Football League.
Wouldn't read about it.
In case you weren't aware.
And off to a strong start in the middle is Nathan Crowley of Williamstown, as is the athlete of Sandringham in James Maddox. He's in the black with the green stripe down the middle. He hasn't had to travel too far to get to the Caulfield track tonight. So maybe less time in the car pays off for a strong start. The athlete from St. Stephen's, your club, James, Aidan Debusson, is running well also.
Jeffrey Will Meggett on the outside here, a schoolboy superstar. He can run much quicker than 2 minutes.
Pretty tightly bunched, as the seed time for the best of them is 2 minutes flat. About 7 athletes share that 2-minute flat and then go up to 2:01. 2:02 is the spread of runners. So they'll be hoping to go through that first lap in 58 or so. 57 seconds might be all right for them as well. So about 58 dead for that first lap, setting them all up for a nice sub-2 PB.
Yep, smack on the money. And Debusson in the red, white and blue has taken charge. It looks like he's trying to pull away. There's still plenty of time though left in this.
Will Meggett.
Have a look at Patrick Cam from Glen Huntly in the light blue singlet. He's passing the athlete from Williamstown, Nathan Crowley, on the outside. Very, very tightly bunched. Who's that in the yellow who's made a charge?
Robert Mentone, that is, and he's absolutely exploded. Still 150 to go. Maddox coming around. He may not quite have enough time.
Crowley from Williamstown, strong finish from him as well. But it is all Robert Cap from Mentone. Very strong finish. He's run this like a training session. 600 solid and smack, 200 to go.
Yeah, fantastic running. Robert Cap, 157, 158. So the sub 2 he'll be happy with that, that's for sure.
Will Meggett from Melbourne University and James Maddox from Sandringham, I believe, all sneaking under that 2-minute mark. We would have to check the official results, of course, but some strong running across the field from the boys.
Yeah, it was. And again, we saw Cap just sitting back, biding his time, and then came around strong in the last 200. So definitely the way to win these heats and run fast tonight.
I've enjoyed watching the field of sit and kick racing as well.
Yeah, it's certainly exciting, isn't it?
What have we got on next? Women's B. Oh, we're getting quick, boys. We're getting quick.
Yeah, as we get into the women's B 800 here, we're going to reel off the names here. Alyssa Ramdale of Doncaster, Amy Jungfer of Essendon, Caitlin Egan of Frankston, Kiali Turva of Mornington Peninsula, Simone Malidret of Collingwood, Indigo Lind of Yarra Rangers, Tanasha Santosh of Glen Huntly, Abigail Thomas of Wesley, Bianca Croucher of WEL. Wellington. Okay. And then Gracie Lee Egner of, again, BYC.
Ballarat, YCW
Thank
Harriers.
you, James. You're all over it. Absolutely all over it.
So it looks like could be just a little bit of a break before we get the athletes out. So as we said before, there was a big spread in the ages of some of our athletes, but it's starting to get a little bit tighter now. So a lot of youngsters in this race, all pretty much having hit out at the recent Vic All Schools. We've got some of the results from there. If you
there's a few here, Jimmy. There's second and third place from the same race here in the 1500 in Alyssa Ramsdale and Amy Jungfer. So that should be a very, very interesting battle. And the young superstar here, same seed starting in Tanasha Santosh, who's different this year. So I'll take that one back. But there should be a few good duels, very close times, as you said. 2:20, ranging out to about the 2:23 mark of the seed times.
So we'll be pretty close at this point. Now, 7:30 set to be the time to kick off for this race. So perhaps just a little delay.
By a minute or so, which is terrible for Vic Milers Club standards. Usually running exactly the time, the VMC races.
It is like clockwork. Here we go, they come out now.
So I do see a little bit of yellow and red rain crossing the radar around the Caulfield, Moorabbin area. So it is solid, there's nothing to worry about, and it is slowly clearing, but very slowly clearing. Might still be around for another half hour or so, based on our weather radar. There we go, which we have on screen, as you can see. Just keeping me honest, making sure I'm not actually just talking off the top of my head at my best guess.
Yeah, just make it up your radar. Oh, I see grey clouds, it must be about to rain.
Yeah, it's red rain everywhere over Metro Melbourne.
So I reckon we might want to see about a 65 or so through the first 400 here. It doesn't look like we have any paces set up for this race.
Bianca Croucher of Wellington getting off to a decent start.
Yeah, wanting to make the trip worthwhile.
They're all very bunched up. Seed times only spanning a few seconds. The athlete from Glen Huntly, Tanasha Santosh, is in the mix as well. Oh, and you can't split it. This truly is the Eliud Kipchoge 159 marathon project, as the athletes are spread out across 5 metres or so in the track. Now starting to go more into single file as we try to identify who is leading the way.
Yeah, so we did see him bunch up a little bit on the back straight. That will be because there's a bit of a headwind out there. All these girls being quite smart and trying to get that sit behind, but unfortunately not everyone can get that sit.
So Amy Jungfer from Essendon looks to be leading the way and taking the full force of the wind, while the rest of the athletes are sitting behind her.
Yeah, so Simone Mayday of Collingwood is just sitting behind there, but she's edged herself into the front, so 68 seconds through that first lap. Katie Egan of Frankston moved around as she heard the bell. So coming up to 350, this looks to be a pretty exciting race. All the girls very closely bunched together. Santosh of Glen Huntley sitting right in the middle.
Katie Egan is looking pretty strong, making her way to the front, but we have seen many races won today by kick, sit and kick, and many athletes are being protected by the wind at the moment. As we hear supports from Katie on the back straight, by the ambient mic.
So some big moves happening now over on that back straight. One of those girls just exploded. Santosh looking strong around on the outside. Maya Day, she's just moved herself into second position. Maya Day coming home very strong, but as we wait to get that ID on our leader.
Indio Lind, I believe, the athlete from Yarra Rangers, is charging towards the finish line. Simone Militaret has taken her 10-15 metres before the line and will take out the win in around about
2:18 there.
So her seed time 2:18. So Simone Mayday, I believe, is how we pronounce that last name.
French.
Perhaps.
Mayday.
But a very strong run by her. Again, it was, you know, those girls that just sat back for a little bit and making that big charge home on the home straight. Certainly paying off. So
How did you know that?
I used to
Study French.
study French.
Oh, bonjour.
No, I've been told before.
Okay. I like that. That's a very nice last name, Mayday.
So
The old French
tongue
spelling.
like that, yeah. A beautiful run for her. So as we move on to the next race, the men's B800, have Bailey Camillo of Williamstown, my apologies. Jack Polkinghorn of Old Scotch, Jordan Donnelly running unattached, Ethan Sin of Doncaster, Gary Crummy of Deakin, Geordie Hoare of Mentone, Sam Bunnage of Mentone, Jacob Pearson of Nunawading, and Caleb Sin of Doncaster.
Caleb Sin, winner at the Vic All Schools in the 15 and the 8.
Yeah, so again, these youngsters coming off some good stints at the Vic All Schools, all primed and ready to go. 2 seconds separating the men in this field, 157 to 159, so should be well under that 2-minute mark.
Jack Polkinghorn is rocking one of the nicest mullets I've ever seen. You would be backing him to the hills. Nicest.
Nicest, yeah, that's not nicely groomed.
He's just got it all going.
Yeah, right. Could give old Craig Engels a run for his money.
I think so.
So again, doesn't look like we've got pacer in this race. Saw them, plenty of them early on, doing many perhaps.
Yeah, and you've got a few medalists in here actually from the Vic All Schools. You've got Sam Bunnage was the second place, getting the 3K and the 1500, and Jacob Pearson third in the 400 metre hurdles and fifth in the 200. So a step up of distances there and a completely rogue event for him.
Yeah, a bit of a speedster, so perhaps if he can get that nice sit, get pulled along, he's one to watch out for.
Yeah, you never know what can happen.
Last 100.
I can't go past the mullet though.
So is that it? You're calling this from the start?
He was also fourth at the Vic All Schools in the 800. So see how they go here.
Looks like Pearson of Nunawading is the athlete on the outside. He's gone straight to the front. We'll see as they cross over on the back straight.
And he's going to drop the pace here, and we'll see if they can go right around him or sit behind, but he's going to command the lead. We've come through a 28 there through the first 200, so they're not messing about. It looks like the Doncaster athlete there tucked in right behind him, but they're all bunched up. It looks like they're going to leave him to do the work.
So So the two brothers in this one, Ethan Sin and Caleb Sin, the two Doncaster athletes. So perhaps a little bit of a battle for bragging rights, as well as the Mentone teammates coming across. But still our early leader, Jacob Pearson, will he be the one to defy the odds and lead from the gun? But no, that's definitely not what it's going to be, because Geordie Hoare of Mentone has gone right around him and charged at the bell.
If you're working off your theory of the past two races, Jordan Donnelly, the unattached athlete there, he's got a nice sit in the pack. If he can find his way out of there, but coming straight from the back there and right around at 300 to go. Just a tall figure there.
Yeah, Bailey Camillo of Williamstown with that beautiful long hair on the back straight is looking very strong. Pretty difficult to call at this point. They've all had their turn at the front, and now with 200 to go, all beginning to pull away. So it's Sin at the moment who's our leader.
And here it comes.
But the Mentone duo have done a fantastic job. Polkinghorn rocking the mullet, trying to come home hard. So Bunnage also coming home on the outside.
Watch the inside
Sin
here.
working very hard on the inside. Woo. And I think Sin has just got there.
It's 202, I think. And they were absolutely moving in that last 100.
They sure were. So Ethan Sin of Doncaster. Brilliant running. The two teammates, Geordie Hoare, Sam Bunnage of Mentone, having a good crack at it as well.
Yeah, we have the fastest of women's 800 metre racing here. We have Hannah Williams from Doncaster, Claudia Carter from Glen Huntly, Lucy Lutchford from Collingwood, Chui Lingo from Melbourne Uni, Marley Campton of Box Hill, Ashley Tregus of also Box Hill, Ella Fisher of Frankston, Amy Bunnage of Mentone, Ruby Marr of Box Hill, and Melissa Newald of Doncaster. So again, pretty stacked up there with the Box Hill athletes.
A couple of interesting stories in this one, James.
Yeah, there are a little bit. Claudia Carter, actually, I believe this is her first 800. So bit of a crack in a new event. Typically, we see her over the 400 sub 60 runner.
We've got an international field as well. So Chi Ling Go is actually from Singapore and is a finalist at the 1500 metre in the Asian Champs. So you got a bit of international exposure in this Premier Women's 800.
Maybe we've gone international, boys. Maybe there's some viewers from Singapore tuning in.
Oh, I have no doubt whatsoever. And it looks like we've got a pacer for this race as well, so that's great.
2:10 is the best of them.
Marley Campton rocking that fastest seed time.
PB from 2013 for Marley Campton.
Okay, so maybe 2:10
So she's due
might
for
not.
one.
Yeah, okay, that's a positive steer on it. She is well and truly due for one. You would expect Claudia Carter to get out strong, being the 400 metre athlete. On her inside, Melissa Newald from Doncaster, making a good run for it as well. But yeah, as you'd expect, the pacemaker has got out the strongest.
Yeah, Pace has done a really good job. Looks like she had the watch in her hand as she came around that 100.
The old school.
Yeah.
She's not messing about. She's going to go through in just on 30 seconds there. Through the 200.
Lucy Litchford is right there in second position, following the athlete from Box Hill. That would be Ashley Tregus, is leading the main pack. The pacemaker checking the handheld watch as she rounds the bend into the front straight. So it is Litchford, Tregus, and
Yeah, Campton's the one just sitting in second. So she's the one boasting that 2:10 PB back from 2013.
The Singaporean athlete now starting to move up.
65 seconds for that first lap as well. Setting themselves up pretty well for a around about 2:15 finish. Let's see what they can do. There'll be a PB for some, but not for others. Let's see what they have for this second lap as the rain continues to fall here in Murrumbeena.
Yeah, so they're all strung out pretty nicely actually over this back straight. All close enough just to get that sit. So as you've typically seen we don't see the winner leading at this stage. They've all come home strong over that last 150. Hard to pick who the most likely of those might be at the moment. But Trieger's still leading. Campton is closing the gap.
Chasing that 2013 PB. Can she negative split to get it? Trieger's a through and through distance runner. Very good over the 800 as well. But will she have the endurance as Campton rounds the front straight in first position there? Charges towards the finish line. Going 205, 206, 207. Might be just outside of PB once again, but a strong finish nonetheless. So is Campton in 213, followed by Triegus 214. The athlete from Doncaster in Melissa Newald in third position in the women's 800 metres.
And you said it all night, just a perfectly timed race.
It really is a trend, so keep an eye on the rest of the field. Around 200 to 300 metres to go. Who is making the moves? Who has been sitting in and just relaxing? Men's 800 metres.
Yeah, this is it, right at the pointy end for our 800s now. So our starters in this field, Mitchell Langbourne of Kilo St. Bernard's, Harrison Rubin of Old Melburnians, Jack Stummer of Box Hill, Alexander Rowe, our former Australian record holder, representing St. Kevin's, Andre Waring of Box Hill, Jacob Reed, invitational athlete Harrison Carr of Old Scotch, Jean-Philippe Soulier of Old Scotch, and Connor Ogilvie of Box Hill. So I think we're seeing a bit of our next generation of 800 runners in this field here. Jean-Philippe Soulier, a fantastic run in the All Schools last week.
Tell you what I think, James. I think you spent a fair bit of time in France at some point in your life because you're nailing these French names.
I'll confess, I did ask him last week as he collected his gold medal. I saw the name, I had to read it out, and I had to do his performance justice and make sure I got that pronunciation okay. He told me it was okay. He didn't confirm if it was correct, but he said, that'll do.
That's all you needed to hear.
It wasn't 2012 Euro trip or something like that. Backpackers tour of the French.
Yeah, that's right.
Harrison Carr here making a bit of Old Scotch history. First time in the Milers A race.
For an Old Scotch athlete?
Yeah, for an Old Scotch athlete. A long history of that club. And Andre Waring, a 149 800 PB, 29.51 10K. So we'll see what he can produce out of the Deneen runners circles there.
Andre Waring has got some absolute wicked range.
And Alex Rowe.
Yeah, of
hard
course.
to look past.
Does anyone know what Alex Rowe has been up to? We haven't seen him on the track for quite a while.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly what he's been up to.
Certainly can't count him out. He's Dr. Alex Rowe, so I'm sure
that translates to quick times on the track.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Roger
it's a direct correlation of your ability to run fast.
Spencer Anderson will be the pacemaker here.
So the pacemaker's gone well and truly out.
Jack Stummer of Box Hill closely following him, but there is a fair bunch with Alex Rowe right in the middle of them. The athlete from Old Scotch trailing the pack at this stage. So Alex Rowe on the inside, tucked into lane one. That is where they have liked to sit. The winners have been 2 or 3 back through that first lap, so we're wondering what Alex Rowe will do. He's in good position so far. Who have we got next, James?
Well, let me just say, if there's one athlete that knows how to run an 800 and win, it is Alex Rowe. But Andre Waring is right on the pacer, and
Jacob Reed of Deakin as well, as they round that first lap in 54 to 55 seconds. So strong first lap. Alex Rowe just sitting too pretty for my liking right there. Andre Waring taking the brunt of the wind and the puddles in lane one. So it is Waring, it is Reed, and Rowe will be your 1, 2, 3, and Rowe in that pretty position on the back straight.
Yeah.
Have a look at him.
They are looking fantastic. Jack Stummer, though, of Box Hill, starting to work his way up from the chase pack. Harrison Carr of Old Scotch moving up a little bit, but Andre Waring is still holding him off. Could Waring be the one to defy it? I don't know. Rowe is in such a good position. So too Reed.
Big off-season in the cross-country Waring has had. Can he hold off the former Australian champion over 800 metres? Waring, Jacob Reed, strong finish up on Waring's shoulder. Can Alex Rowe do something special here? We know what his pedigree is like. He hasn't got long to go. But Jacob Reed takes out the men's A race from Alex Rowe and Andre Waring in a time of around 154 to 155. We'll have to catch that on the replay.
That is tough running from Andre Waring. He wanted it from gun to tape. But again, just perfectly timed from behind to get him at the line. Alex Rowe looked good.
Yeah, Alex Rowe, Jacob Reed, both running fantastic races. Andre Waring, gutsy as always.
Sorry, just a minor storm just came over
Yeah.
the cornfield there. That it was not a technical difficulty. That was just a bit of heavy rain on the metal roof here.
So, as I said, one of the beautiful things about this program is we've got 800 into the A3K. So the women's 3K will be up shortly. All beginning to conjugate at the start line.
Victorian Milers Club performance passing of Victorian champion, Australian champion, John John is a four-time Australian champion, 3 centuries over 800 metres for 1977 and 1979. 1978 he won the 400 metre doubles at the Australian Championships. John represented Australia at the Championships 1978 Commonwealth Games, where he won a bronze medal in 4x400 metres. He set the final of the 800 metres. He also reached the quarterfinals of 400 metres. John was selected in 1980 Olympic Games in Moscow and chosen not to compete. He still holds the Melbourne University Athletic Club 400 metre record in time 45.77. Following his competition day results in the national golf administrator serving as president of Athletics Victoria from 1997 to 2002, and also president of Athletics Edmonton through the 90s in the Reeds League. He's also the president of the Commonwealth Games Association Victorian Division. In 2014, John received the Order of Australian Medal for his services to athletics as an administrator and competitor.
So we'll go in to the first of our 3Ks tonight. This is the women's A 3,000 metres. We have Sophie Coltish of Geelong Guild, Amelia Eagling-Every of Essendon, Katie Gamble of Frankston, Lucinda Rourke of Williamstown, Kaya Fry of Frankston, Lauren Cockerell of South Melbourne, Shani Landon of MAC, Bridget Humphrey of Deakin, Esther Keon of Deakin, Gemma Maney of Frankston, Vanessa Wilson of Glen Huntly, Ebony Dodemaid of Western Athletics, Megan Dixon of Chilwell, Stephanie Condigonis of Kilo St Bernard's, Nicolette Lesberg, Mentone, Olivia Hobbs of Geelong Guild, and Heidi Demio of Athletics Chilwell.
Maccabee Athletics Club. I don't know if
Maccabi, there we go, we got it.
Maccabi, thank you. I butchered that.
Thanks, Mitch.
No worries, Jimmy.
So our quickest seed time, Gemma Maney, our former Australian representative in the World Cross Country, boasting a best of 9:25.
Yeah, you got a lot of interesting stories in here, Jimmy. As you said, World XC rep in Uganda there for Gemma Maney. And you've got Lucinda Rourke, first in the Vic All Schools in the 8 and the 15.
Yeah, Lucinda Rourke, an absolute powerhouse of an athlete.
Haileybury College also.
Oh, you got something to do with Haileybury College, do you, Masseni?
You've been talking about Caulfield all night, James.
Yeah,
Can't
why
get you
not?
to
Why
shut
not?
up, mate.
I said it once.
So a couple of other first places in the 3K Vic All Schools as well. Megan Dixon and Ebony Dodemaid in their respective age groups. So Megan being from Chilwell and Ebony being from the mighty Western Athletics.
It's got the future college OSU, Oklahoma State, Heidi Demio. She'll be looking to put down a fast time.
Yeah, that's right.
Before she heads over to that collegiate system.
Yeah, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Not much to do but running over there. So I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of her in the future. So 9:25, we'll be looking at about 73 seconds through our 400s tonight. And it looks as if Maney has gone right out to the front. Oh, my apologies, Lucinda Rourke. Demio sitting on the outside, but yeah, Gemma Maney's got that beautiful sit in 4th position. So we might see these packs split up relatively quickly as Rourke leads them through. Olivia Hobbs there in 2nd, Demio, then Maney. The Frankston trio, Kaya Fry, Katie Gamble just behind her.
She's bridging the gap there, Kaya Fry. Doesn't want to let him get away early.
Yeah, that's right. It did look like we're going to see a quick split between the two packs. I think we'll see them close back up as they hit the headwind into the back straight.
Probably wanting to conserve as much energy here in the first lap of the 3K. Sort of find your feet, find your spot, find your zone, and they all seem to be doing that pretty well. And finding that nice rhythm as they come through just a touch under 80 seconds for the first lap.
So 80 seconds for those watching at home. That smack on 10-minute pace that these girls are at.
You boys would know from racing 3Ks yourself, it gets a bit rough and tumble in that pack early on.
Yeah, it can early on, especially in some of the races where they don't quite string out. I'm sure we'll see in the men's race after this. Often they string out very quickly and get in a big train, just like these lead girls are now. That makes it a lot easier for all of them.
Thought you were about to say you'd know what it's like running 10-minute pace.
Not quite.
It's not too far off though for me.
That's fast for me.
No, 320s is no slouching whatsoever. So Rourke still leading our girls through.
Given the weather tonight, might be a bit of a opportunity. Just have a good hit out, bit of a good race, practice some tactics. They are closely bunched, as we can see. They're going through their first 800 in 2 minutes 40, so 10-minute pace. Most girls in this race, so about half the field has a seed time faster than that. So they would be expecting about a 2:32 for the couple of leaders going through around 9:30, but the race really isn't set up for that tonight. So we might see a bit of sitting and kicking, a bit of a spread in the pack as the race progresses. Gemma Masseni, though, the experienced athlete of the bunch, is running pretty well in third position. I thought that was in first.
Yeah, no, so it's Katie Gamble that's leading the girls through just at the moment. Gemma Masseni coming up on the shoulder of Rourke just to sit behind her teammate and maybe take over a little bit of the work. So it'd be great to see the girls working together because we don't have a pacemaker for this, so it does make it a little bit more difficult.
And we're starting to separate a little bit there. Steph Conodonis sort of on the tail end of that front pack. But you're right, Gemma Masseni showing her experience here and probably just having that perfect sit, not to do too much work, cover every move. It looks like she's taken Heidi Demio along on the ride with her.
Yeah, she's tucked in well. Pie Fry just off that lead pack, and looks as if Esther Keon, the Kiwi, is maybe just starting to let that front pack get away. So she's got athletes around her so they can continue to work together. But it does look like we've got that first split at the moment.
Maintaining that 10-minute pace as well, even going a touch underneath. And when it comes down to in the last couple of laps, these front girls can certainly knock a few seconds off that 82nd lap pace.
Yeah, that's right. I expect we'll see some big moves coming up. You know, Katie Gamble, Gemma Masseni, Lucinda Rourke, Demio, Fry and Hobbs, all experienced runners. I saw Katie Gamble have some good runs over the cross-country season this year. She's got herself into good form, and I'm sure she can expect some good times over the track this season.
I'm hearing right now that Katie Gamble first race since a stress fracture, so she's going to come out here and really give it a red hot crack. And she looks extremely comfortable as that pack of 6 is slowly becoming a pack of 5.
Yeah, so it looks as if Hobbs is having to work pretty hard at the moment to try and stay on.
So this is a very, very solid front group of 5 in Rourke, Masseni, Gamble, Fry, Demio, all very accomplished runners who have had some outstanding results in state championships over the years.
Yeah, so they've gone through about 5:15 through that mile point. So I'd say over the last couple of laps they've picked the pace up just ever so slightly, which is probably why we've seen a couple of those girls drop off.
Yeah, the girls in the middle, if they were aiming for around that 10-minute pace, they're probably not too far off it. They've, if anything, maintained their pace, whereas this group towards the front has sort of dropped a few 78s as opposed to those 80-second laps that you will get in the first 2 or 3. Yeah, that Masseni does look pretty comfortable out in front.
Amelia Eagling-Every, she's the one kind of leading that chase pack at the moment. Esther Keon wearing the pink singlet on the outside. So that'd be just over that 10-minute pace. So Eagling-Evering, seed time of 10:13. If we can see her keep running the way she is, she'll certainly be on for a PB tonight.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that second group as well, see how they're tracking to hit that 10-minute pace as the front group goes through another lap. Rounding 2K right now, 6:36 or so. So that is that few seconds under. Yeah, probably heading for about a 9:50, give or take, depending on how their last couple of laps are going to go. As the next pack has just come through, around about 6:45. So they need to pick it up a little bit, but a couple of them might get pretty close to that 10-minute mark. So Masseni, Rourke, Gamble, Fry, Demio, all still there. Gamble is the one who is tucked in. Rourke is right on the shoulder of Masseni, so she's kind of itching to go. She's coming more from an 8:15 sort of background. They're a great cross-country runner as well. We've seen a Rourke, a bit of an all-rounder. Masseni, definitely a distance runner, having run the World Cross-Country Championships in Uganda last year.
No, a couple of years ago now.
A couple of years ago.
Rin Ahus.
So she does come from a endurance background as opposed to Rourke, who has had more experience on the track in recent years. However, Rourke only been 15 years old, doesn't have the experience of Maney. So it will be interesting to see how the last 1.5 laps plays out. But Rourke is itching to go.
Yeah, she certainly is. So with about 600 to go.
We look at someone like Demio as well, though, sitting in third, fourth place the whole way. Just as I'm saying that, just going on the shoulder of Maney.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting in behind Gamble.
Yeah, Demio looking very dangerous. We saw Katie Gamble doing some of the lead before, Gemma Maney as well. Lucinda Rourke doing some of the early leading. So maybe Demio's thinking her turn will be on the last lap.
Katie Gamble wants to go with her.
That's it. So 1 lap to go, 8:30. They'll hit around 9:40, 9:45, probably 9:45 or so for the finishing time. But let's see how the race plays out. Our pack of 5 has grown into 2. Rourke has put the foot down and is bridging a couple of metres over Gamble. Maybe she's just waiting. Maybe she'll have a bit left.
Well, she looks like she's got a bit in her. She's not going to let her get too far away, and this is where you really got to start to chop the distance. She wants all of Rourke here.
Fry and Demio as well, about 20 or 30 metres behind. Demio looks like she's going to get up on Fry's shoulders and move into third position pretty soon, and Maney about another 5 metres behind them for everyone else's reference. But up the front, it is Gamble, followed by Rourke about a metre behind. Let's see how last 150 metres plays out, Mitch.
Oh, I think Rourke wants it. She's not going to let her go with this one. But Katie Gamble, she's finding something deep within her to try and hold on to the lead here. But Rourke's going to get on her shoulder. She takes a look around. And Rourke's saying thank you very much for the ride, and I'm going to take it from here. As she comes down to the finish line, great running from both of them. They're going to cross the line here. You're right, Mick. About 9:40. Great run from the pair.
So a second PB there for Rourke. Strong run from Gamble as well. PB from Gamble. Demio, very strong finish just behind Kaya Fry from Frankston. Gemma Maney, very solid run, did most of the leading and comes in around that 9:50, 9:55 mark.
So Shani Landon and McCarvey coming through just over 10 minutes. Should have been looking for that sub-10 mark. Esther Keon and Megan Dixon just crossing the line there, 10:10.
Ebony Donamain from Western Athletics there.
Hobbs just crossing the line now, and Condagonis.
Lauren Cockrell from the South Melbourne passed the line about 5 seconds ago. Just catching up on these names as they come through.
And Vanessa Wilson looks to be rocking a beautiful pair of the next percents.
Those quick shoes everyone else is wearing.
Yeah, that's right. Although I wonder how that'd be on the track, especially on a wet night like tonight.
Well, we saw Jack Rayner run the Zatopek last year with the 4%, but had the spike plate in them. Whereas was it Stewie just ran the 4% in the 10K, no spike plate?
Yeah, Stewie just had the 4%ers on, and Rayner went that little bit extra, got the custom spikes on the sole.
So both can work.
Yep, they certainly can.
Also being a full-time athlete can work as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll go on over to the men's A3000 right now. So we'll have Craig Huffer of Wellington, Toby O'Brien of St. Stephen's, Sean Guinea of St. Stephen's, Sam McEntee of St. Kevin's, Liam Cashton of Western Athletics, Nick Baggett of Box Hill, Andrew Buchanan of Bendigo, Samuel Foster of Melbourne University, Cody Shanahan of Western Athletics, Daniel Hamilton of Glen Huntley, James Lightfoot of Old Scotch, Grant Moore of Athletics Chilwell, Josh Maisie of Doncaster, Will Lewis of St. Kevin's. Speaking of mullets, fantastic mullet of William Lewis. Callan Goldsmith of Mornington Peninsula, Kang Yoke of St. Stephen's, Jonathan Guzman of St. Kevin's, Frankie Conway of Melbourne University, Brady Trelful of Bendigo, and Jack Holden of St. Kevin's rounding us out.
And this is an absolutely loaded field.
Some big names, boys. Who do you like?
Well, it's hard to go past Sam Smack Daddy there. Sam McEntee, an Olympian in his own right.
Rio Olympian in the 5,000 metres a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Boasting a PB of 7:48. Whew. Craig Huffer, also a very accomplished runner, 3:36 PB over the 1500. his PB for the 3,801, or rather exceed time he's put in. So Huffer and McEntee will be two to definitely watch out for.
We have Cody Shanahan in there, who has won the Zatopek under 20 race in the past. Was it last year? Maybe the year before?
Yeah.
I hear he's going for close to the 8-minute mark today. Would be a great race for him. He's hoping to set a new PB tonight, as is his teammate Liam Cashin from Western Athletics.
Well, as you look here, Jack Holden, PB of 8:19. Now, he's just come off the mountain from Flagstaff. You'd think he'd be looking to run a pretty quick time, tick the noodles over and see how fast he can go out here. In a quick field, when you've got guys who have run under the 8-minute mark, it's time to do it.
Yeah, certainly is. This 3K at the Vic Milers round 1 always turns out to be a cracker. We saw Harry Summers take it out last year in sub-8, the year before Buckingham in low 8 minutes.
Andy Buchanan as well. How can we forget him? The cross-country legend.
Oh, we can't at all, and he's in brilliant form. He had a fantastic run at the Burnie 10K just a couple of weeks ago.
That amazing finish.
Oh, yeah, closing down on Geordie Williams in that last little stretch. So it doesn't look like we've had anyone willing to put their hand up to get to the front straight away. Dan Hamilton leading, Holden gone to the front. Yeah, that's what we need. We need the field to string out. We're here to run fast, boys. Let's not play around. So 33 seconds, they'll definitely need to pick it up from here. Sam McEntee just behind him, Dan Hamilton and Sean Guinea out top 4.
No stranger to front running Jack Holden. He wants all of it. Now Sam McEntee says, I'll jump on board that one. Sean Guinea, an absolute grinder of an athlete, but they're pretty packed up and they've spotted them about 5-10 metres of room there. So we'll see who jumps on the back, and someone is flying up to get on the pack there. I think that's Cody Shanahan.
Yeah. As you said, Shanahan has come here with a mission, and that is to run a PB. So look, our first lap's going to be about a 68 seconds. These boys would have been looking at 64s to get that sub-8 minutes. So, I mean, there's still 6.5 laps. There's plenty of time, but they'll need to get going.
Well, there's a few good kicks in here, so if they can sort of float about a little bit faster than that, you'd think that they can really rip it home hard.
The other bookend of this field, we have the St Kevin's boys out the front, and then we have towards the back Johnny Guzman as well, the kid brother of Jordan Guzman. So he is getting quite fit, a bit younger, and he's racking up the race experience now. So his first 3K in a while and looking to rewrite his PB.
The one that's looking really comfortable there is Andy Buchanan, a notable road runner, but certainly knows how to turn on the wheels on the track. I think he might even be a state 1500 champion. Andy Buchanan, somewhere along the line, I think.
He's certainly got many state titles to his name. We saw him dominate a lot of our XCR races over the year. But look at them, they've strung out. That's what we want to see. So, look, we're still a little bit behind pace. That lap, look again, probably about another 68. So, this won't be quite what the boys wanted going into this, but a couple of years ago, I do recall a slow start and a very strong finish, and we saw many of the guys getting in the low 8 minutes, so perhaps we can see that happen again tonight. Great work from Jack Holden to put his hand up to take some of the early leading.
There we go.
It looks as if Sam McEntee has gone to the front and now is going to pull away.
Has he gone smack, would you say?
Yeah, that's right. The question will be, will Shanahan go around and Buchanan as well?
Like a gazelle, Sam McEntee's feet hardly touch the ground. And he said, if you want this, boys, come get it. He's going to make the race honest. And Cody Shanahan, a tough racer, he says, I'll take up a slice of that. Andy Buchanan to follow. And a Liam Cashin as well. A pretty tough racer from the Western Aths Club. And they're starting to make the break now. Jack Holden tucks in too for the ride.
Yeah, so they've started to pull away just a little bit as we did see that injection of pace. So that's more like it. That's what we want to see. That was about a 64, 65 for that lap. So bang on that 8 minute pace, but we had those slower first laps, so we'll need to get a little bit quicker than that if we want to see that sub 8 minutes.
It's a hard way to run a fast race, to change the pace like that. We'll see who can go through, and Sam McEntee almost letting someone through to take up the reins.
Yeah, so it looks like we'll see a little bit of sharing of the lead, which is good. We want to see that. The boys working together. Sean Guinea. It looks like he's got himself on that lead pack.
See, the rest of the boys aren't lying down here. They're bridging that gap. It's almost one by one up until Dan Hamilton. And we see a little bit of a break into Josh Maisie, what is his special? Road runner, Josh Maisie. We've seen him run many great road races over the years as well, so he's showing what he can do on the track, the New Zealander. Brady Trethel in there as well, the Inside Running podcast host for those at home who are keen fans. We'll keep an interest on Brady's finishing time as well. He's been training well over the past few weeks as we turn our attention back to the front. Cody Shanahan leading the way with Smack on his shoulder.
So it's about a 66 to that lap, so slowed up again just a little bit. We really do need to get moving. Speaking of Brady Trelful, did have a fantastic run over the Melbourne Half Marathon, so no doubt he's in good shape at the moment. I think he was on a PB. There was a little bit of hustle and bustle about whether it was an official PB or not, depending on gun versus net time.
And Caelan Goldsmith there, he's sort of caught in no man's land, but he's within a distance that he can get dragged through. But these four, they're looking like a well-oiled machine. They're not letting too many people get within a sniff. Will Lewis in that third pack there, an 8:30 PB. We'll see if he can work through and see what he can do. But it looked like the pace may have quickened up again here, Jimmy, in this lap. But again, it's a hard way to run a 3K.
Yeah, it looks as if Sam McEntee's gone back to the front and helped pulling the boys along. So it's great to see that now. Shanahan taking his turn at the front. So
nearing 2K in 5:34, 5:35, 5:36.
So about a 66 through that lap. So slowly getting quicker, but we would like to see a little bit of injection of pace, and that's exactly what Shanahan's done. So it's obviously split the field up. Shanahan leading, McEntee behind him, Liam Cashin having a fantastic run, and Buchanan lurking very, very dangerously in fourth position. He's certainly in a great position now.
I don't think there's anyone more comfortable in this race than Liam Cashin right now.
No.
He's letting Cody do the work. He's sat a little bit behind. Not that he's being cheeky, but he just knows how to train and race with Cody. They're often one will win one race, one will win the other, as Cody just drops back as Sam McEntee takes the lead. Or about 900 metres to go.
You've got that training partner synergy there between Cody and Liam, and Sam McEntee gets his run at the front again. He says, I don't want a piece of it, I want the whole thing. So Andy Buchanan, he's just floating on the back there. He's looking really poised to make a good move. 800 to go. Would have gone through there in around that 6:42 mark.
Sorry, should we say 600 to go?
Sorry, 600.
I mucked up there, Mitch.
Nah, that was me.
Yeah, so Sam McEntee done such a fantastic job at the front, really helping to pull these boys along. And it looks like he said, nah, you know what, I've done this leading, I've helped you guys, but I want some me time right now. And that's what it's all about. He's pulling away. So, look, 7:12. We'll see what they get for that last lap. Shanahan just behind him. Buchanan, it looks like he's let them get away just a little bit, but he's getting after it. Hamilton.
Keep a bit of an eye on Hamilton as well. In fifth position, passing Caelan Goldsmith on his shoulder. Who else do we have? Will Lewis, Josh Maisie, Sean Guinea, Kang Nyack.
And Cody Shanahan says, you can't have this one easy, Smack. I'm going to make you work for it. All the looking around, maybe he's a bit nervous, but Cody Shanahan's going to drift up onto the shoulder. Andy Buchanan, even he's trying to tick the wheels over, but like an injection of pace, they're both going to work off each other with 200 to go.
A huge injection of pace, and it's been a little bit unconventional for what we've seen. People who did a lot of the leading looking like they'll take home the crown. Shanahan trying to go around, but McEntee, he's got the speed. Shanahan moved out into lane 2, but Sam McEntee, what a fantastic run.
60-second close there from Smack.
Wowee, McEntee. Buchanan, Liam Cashin crossing the line now. Dan Hamilton in 8:25. Caelan Goldsmith 8:27. Tough conditions here tonight. Will Lewis, Toby O'Brien.
Nick Baggett, that is Josh Maisie, Sean Guinea 8:37. Kang Yoke just dipping under 8:40. Frankie Conway of Melbourne Uni. Brady Trelful, he'll come in around 8:45.
Grant
from Chilwell, looking at
Grant
The
Muir
wrong
might
list,
maybe
yes.
from Chilwell. Johnny Guzman from
Just
St
dipping under
Kevin's.
the 9.
James Lightfoot here.
And Lightfoot to round out the
Gonna
field.
bring it home.
That was a real racers race. That was tactical. A bit to and fro. Once you got spread out, once you got gapped a little bit, it became quite hard for some of the runners a little bit further back, especially considering the first few laps might not have been quite the pace that some were hoping for.
Yeah, that's right. They did start a little bit slower. Jack Holden doing a fantastic job to quickly get in front and get the pace moving after a pretty slow first 150. Sam McEntee, fantastic job at
Showing his class.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. So we'll move on to our next race, which will be the men's B 3000.
Yeah, and we'll introduce these guys here as they sit on the line. We've got Lockie Eno of Frankston, Caleb Sin of Doncaster, Harry Sharp of Windaree, Sam Williams of Melbourne Uni, Douglas Buckridge of Box Hill, Samuel Toll of Glen Huntley, Jesse Dunsmore of Frankston, Archie Reid of, where are we here? It's St Bernard's.
South Bendigo.
South Bendigo. Take it back. Thank you, James. Eric Uda of Melbourne Uni, Mitchell Thompson of Deakin, Dane Verway of Frankston, Luca D. Conza of
St Kevin's.
St Kevin's, thank you, Jimmy.
It was a bit of a refresh on the live start list that we get through to us.
And Tristan Day there of St Kevin's as we pick back up. Alexander Ritchie, also of St Kevin's. Luke Padnam of Alexander Ritchie of Box Hill, sorry. Luke Pagnam of Eureka. Matthew Tung of Wesley. Michael Kernahan of Mentone. Aidan Roberts of Essendon. Lachlan Hurd of
Casey Cardinia,
thank you. Alistair Christie of Doncaster, and Edward Baisha of Old Scotch to round out the field there.
Thanks once again to James Coleman, the club abbreviation expert. For Athletics exclusive.
I did help working in the membership department for a little while. At Athletics Victoria.
No, it was good.
And the athletics community thanks you for your service as well.
Thank you.
One chef there and there's another one over back up there. Both fell off in the last 100.
You're still showing your face there every now and then, though, aren't you, James?
Yeah,
you still have some involvement
I'm still
with
there
AV.
working with the Target Talent Program at the moment, who a lot of these athletes will see throughout the night are a part of, where we hold workshops for Victoria's best junior athletes to help transition them to those senior representations. And wow, look at
What
this.
a start.
Michael Kernahan, the Strava segment god, we may call him, has gone to the front.
Michael
The CR
Kernahan, he has one pace. That is his pace. We used to race him as a schoolboy, and he was a ferocious competitor. So if they don't keep up now, he ain't slowing down, Mickey Kernahan.
Mate, he knows his pace. If you know your pace, you know your pace.
That's right, so 32 seconds. So he's gone right on that 64 pace that those early guys would have liked to have seen. It looks like he slowed up a little bit. So I'll go back to what I was saying before. Those who use Strava, or those who don't, Michael Kernahan is absolutely deadly at chasing a lot of the segment records, which the GPS records from point to point through real-life locations throughout the world.
Hashtag Strava.
Yeah, that's right.
At Strava.
And he must have one of the largest collections in the world of segment records.
You're working for Strava as well, James.
No, I'm
How
not.
do you fit it all in, mate?
No, credit where credit's due.
Oh, Michael Kernahan, the CR king.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, it looks like the rest of the field is strung out pretty nicely behind him.
You got a few accomplished athletes in here. Tristan Day, a Trinity boy runner for St Kevin's, third at the 5K at Nationals. We have a few others in this field that can really shake it up.
Matty
Tristan
Tons
Dunsmore.
from Western Athletics sitting in third place. But how much do you love this at Milers Club? Every now and then you see someone just take it to the field. They know their pace. They're here for a PB. They're not at a state championship. They're not necessarily here to race. They're here for a PB, so if no one else is going to help them out, they're just going to go for it. So kudos to Michael Kernahan up in front.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like Sam Toll of Glen Huntley leading them through. Archie Reid South Bendigo, sitting just in second. Matt Tonge, a Victorian representative at the Australian Half Marathon Championships.
Probably about an 8:35-ish pace. They go through the first 800 metres in.
So I think a lot of those athletes will be happy with that. So 8:32 is the fastest seed time of Aidan Roberts. A lot of our other athletes around that 8:35 to 8:40 mark.
So would be hoping to go through this first 1 kilometre in about 2:52-ish.
Right,
Which
just off
Kernahan
it.
does, and the other boys are just off. So pretty good.
And they've realised that Michael Kernahan is a metronome. He will tick this off all day, every day. It doesn't even matter the distance. So they're starting to pick him up now, but a great big bunch. And there's actually a few athletes stepping up here. Mitch Thompson, not a notable 3K runner, but he said he's going to give it a crack.
And it's a bit of a clash between some of the very experienced cross-country or road runners and a few of the younger track runners who have come off a bit of a school season as well.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Dane Verway, the marathoner, a 2:22 PB, I believe he boasts. So very good over the longer distances. But Kernahan is doing a fantastic job to be leading so much of this race. And I mean, the chasers, they're closing on him, but only ever so slightly.
He seems pretty content being out on his own and doing his own thing, but you got to wonder whether you're a little bit better off having space and finding your rhythm than being caught up in the back there with a few of them. But they're starting to take turns now like the A race and really pick off the lead and get everybody through the line. Tristan Day tucked in nicely there. And Michael Kernahan, he's not slowing down.
So Matt Tonge, we saw move up just a little bit. He's sitting in the penultimate position of that chase pack.
Is that Sam Toll?
Yeah, Sam Toll of Glen Huntley leading the chase. And it looks like there's been a slight injection of pace as we can see the front of that pack stringing out just a little bit. Those at the back of the pack just about to get the surprise that the pace has picked up.
What do you think is going to happen with Kernahan? Is he going to hold his pace for a little bit at the front of the pack, or if he gets past, will he sort of settle in, have a bit of a breather, then come back late?
Well, I'm a big believer in the front runner. I think it's always courageous to do it, but if he gets swallowed up, he might be finding himself towards the middle of that pack. But he's held his own for a fair while, and maybe these boys are quickly realising we've got to get a move on here. So, look, I'm gonna throw my support behind Michael Kernahan here and say gun the tape. But these boys are coming, and they're coming hot.
Yeah, I think there's some boys running a pretty smart race. We see Baisha moving to the front now. They're looking pretty smooth. We see a little bit of a bit more movement in Kernahan's shoulders, maybe signalling that he's starting to feel the pace a little bit.
Day from St Kevin's up there as well.
So
Toll,
as you see,
Baisha.
yeah, the chase pack is caught right up to him. So Baisha leading the charge. We saw Reed up there, we saw Tonge, Sam Toll had a go at the lead. Dave St Kevin's, he's the one with that nice lopey stride in third position.
So going through the 2K mark, 5:50, 5:51. That's probably more around your 8:50 mark.
Yeah, bang
or
on
8:40 mark,
8:45. So
yeah.
As we said, a lot of these athletes between that 8:35 to 8:40 mark. And look, Kernahan, Mitch Dyer, you did say it.
Yeah, I
He's a
didn't want to
gutsy
call
runner.
it early, but
I
he
love it.
just
And
puts his nose
he's
down.
played a little bit of cat and mouse with him, I reckon. He's let him caught up, and now he's put a bit of injection of pace.
Mate, Nicky Kernahan puts his nose to the grindstone and said, if you want to come party with me. And these boys are going to sit behind him. Another beautiful mullet there in second place for Tristan Day. He is looking so smooth and so comfortable in third place. And a notable Mitch Thompson moves up to fifth place.
The man with the mustache.
Yes, the
in
handlebars.
Fifth position.
But this pack, they really haven't moved around too much, and they've all really strung off each other and worked through. But at the front of the pack, Michael Kernahan, he keeps on chugging.
Yeah, he keeps on chugging, but we're really seeing a lot of shoulder movement from him. I think he's definitely feeling the pace. Archie Reed in the red singlet sitting in fifth position. He's made a nice little move up.
Yeah, has been running a good race, Archie Reed as well. Sort of a bit under the radar, sitting in the pack, but he is looking to be in very good position.
Mitch Thompson says, I'll take the lead. Thanks very much, Michael. I'll take this one from you. And Ed Baisha, he looks good. I don't want to say it's the mullet, but I can't
But there is a direct
You wanted
correlation.
to say it's the mullet.
I do want to say it's the mullet. It is the mullet. The Mo and the mullet.
I don't want to say it's a mullet, but I think it's the mullet.
Yeah, I think another one to watch out for, Jesse Dunsmore in the Frankston singlet in the white and red. He's a steeplechaser. Boasts a PB of 9:20. He's moved up very well. So Thompson, it's Brysha,
7:35 at
Day
the bell.
moving around. He's in 4th place, but yeah, Thompson is starting to pull out the moves at the moment, showing that 8:15 speed he has.
The junior 800 metre gun. That famous race, the APS race, head-to-head with Luke Matthews in the open age. He's using his speed, Mitch Thompson, and his combination of endurance he's put in over the cross-country season as he bridges the gap above Baicha and Dunsmore, who are still closing quickly, as is Tonge from Western Athletics in 4th position.
You want to see him hold on here, but Mitch Thompson is not making it easy for them. Baicha and Dunsmore, they're looking pretty good in 2nd and 3rd, but it's all Mitch Thompson here, and he looks extremely strong coming into the turn. The Mo power, and he went from a fair way out, I'd say. 600 metres is a fair way to go in this 3K, and he's going to take this. Baicha slipping back to 3rd, but it's all Mitch Thompson. And he's going to salute at an 8:36 there. Great running.
Nice work.
Good shout out to Matt Tonge, the half marathoner, to show that speed over that last 200, moving into 2nd place.
But how close were that first 10 to 12 runners? All within 8 to 10 seconds there. So
Yeah, that's right. Really exciting race. Really, really exciting.
Well, they all just worked off each other so well. And, you know, much the 800 metres, the people who sort of sat back and gave the people a bit of space, they're the ones who were able to work through towards the end. A gutsy run from Michael Kernahan. Dame Verway comes in here.
We're right in the next percent, so I think we've seen the next percents on the feet of a couple of people towards the back of the field in our last couple of races, so maybe for those conspiracy theorists who
But
believe they're an
conversely-
unfair advantage, perhaps tonight's a good example that the athlete in the shoes
The
is
traditional
a little more
spikes.
important than the shoes themselves.
but also the person with the mullet has there's been
Shone
direct
through.
correlation. Yeah, has been towards the front of the
It's
field.
quite
so
bizarre. I would never think I'd see Scotch boys with a mullet, but everything gets to be proven wrong.
Okay, and we are looking into our next race now, and there probably will be a lack of mullets in this race, so we'll look out for the next percents instead. The women's B 3,000 metre race. Kiara Boyd Squires from Melbourne University, Sophie Ryan of Oldsavarians, Isabel Girardi from Deakin, Eleanor Benson from Melbourne Uni, Bianca Polghisi from Essendon, Rebecca Barry from Frankston, Saskia Lloyd from South Melbourne, Sharon Firusa from Glen Huntly, Abigail Hindman from, oh no, she's unattached, invitation. Abby Goldsworthy from Williamstown, Sarah Lewis from SCA, James.
This is testing me.
Oh, we'll get back to you on that one. Sarah Lewis, SCA. Georgina Mees from Ballarat. Beta Jansky from Oldsavarians. Alyssa Beersey from Williamstown. Cassandra Mester from Wellington. Tess Rhodes from Deakin. Remedy Gibbs from Frankston. And what was SCA,
So
James?
South Coast Athletics, Sarah
Ah,
Lewis. Apologies
there you
to
go.
Close.
South Coast.
Yeah, travelled a long way. Don't get that abbreviation lots, but we're glad that they are here. It's always good to see other abbreviations, I guess. Instead of BOH, Box Hill all the time.
No, it's good to see the BOH.
Oh, of course, of course.
A quick shout out as well to Mitch Thompson's Mo, who's actually doing it to support Movember, a great cause. So if you feel like donating to Movember, definitely get around him and a few of his other Wolfpack training partners. I think they're the Mo's of the round table or something like that. So definitely get onto the socials and support a great cause as we're about to kick off here
Yeah, we lost
in the
about a
women's
week.
B 3,000 metres.
Yeah, we lost about a week.
It's a pretty hot start, I would say, as they're going to find a fair bit of space between them.
So I'll see again a few of these athletes having raced at the Victorian All Schools Championships over the past 2 weekends.
Yeah, absolutely they have.
They'll be coming in
Get some names here.
ready to go.
Georgina Mees here of Ballarat YCW should try and hand here third in the steeple on the 3K at the All Schools So she might go and try a bit faster than she did in the championship racing.
So about 37 through that first 200, so a pretty good pace for these girls. 10:19 is the fastest seed time of Georgina Mees, out to 10:50. So as we saw those 80-second laps in the A race, that will give them spot on 10 minutes. So they'll get a little bit of leeway. Look for those 82-second splits throughout the night.
You've got a great range of distances here in the girls. Old Zaverian's athlete Sophie Ryan, a 2:48 marathon runner in her own right, so she's stepping down quite a few Ks and texting the old noodles over. But we'll see how she can handle the 3Ks. They're all pretty bunched up there and all trying to jostle for a position.
But bang on 82 seconds, so they're on the pace as we haven't seen in our last couple of races. This will really give them a chance to hopefully go home with some personal bests tonight.
So it doesn't really look like anybody wants to take up the front running, and that could even be a marathon athlete at the front.
So it's Bianca Puglisi who's leading us in the girls, and then Abby Goldsworthy of Williamstown.
Second in the steeplechase, the Vic All Schools over the weekend.
Yeah, fantastic run from her in the under 15 category. So stepping up a little bit in distance from the 2K.
As the race starts to thaw out a bit now, you might start to see a few more moves in the field, a few more girls trying to find their feet and find their place. The wind started to die down, the rain has stopped. It's actually a beautiful night for running, and they do tend to say more water, more rain, more oxygen. So see if these girls can benefit from that. So they come through
like
at the 2:48.
More rain, more oxygen.
Got to think positively somewhere.
That helps. So they were 2:46, another 83-second lap. So this is some fantastic running from these girls, right on the pace that they want to be to achieve those personal best times. So Goldsworthy and Puglisi still doing much of the work.
A lot of girls pretty content to be able to just tuck in there and let them do the work at the front.
So Boyd Squires of Melbourne Uni, she's got a nice little sit in there.
We've had athletes come in all over Victoria tonight to chase these fast times, and it certainly hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, we certainly have, and Victorian Milers Club always sets up great opportunities for our athletes to run fast. There's hot competition, so usually we see the 8 and 15, but the 3K is one of those special featured events on the first round of the Vic Milers. Great intro into the Vic 5K Championships next week, and you know, if you've decided that you'd like to run after watching some of the races tonight, entries do close tomorrow night, so make sure you get your entries in for the Vic 5K Champs if you haven't already.
A new leader here, and the pace has been injected in a big way. I can't quite get a read on who we have at the front here, but she's definitely starting to break up the pack as we round into the straight, looking very comfortable in doing so.
So it's Kiara Boyd Squires Long of Melbourne University who's moved into lead. Georgina Mees, who, speaking of shout-outs before, one of our Target Talent Program athletes, a regular at our sessions throughout the year. And Alyssa Biazzi in between those two packs at the moment.
She's sort of caught in no man's land there, but she's trying to latch onto that front group as the pack behind her is really working well together. But you can't fault what's going on at the front here. They're breaking up this field, trying to move away as quickly and swiftly as possible under the lights here in Murrumbeena.
So we'll get a little bit of a split through this first mile, so right about 5:30, so brilliant. They're looking good for that 10:20 at the moment. So Georgina Mees sitting in second. She's boasting that fastest seed time of 10:19. Kiara Boyd Squires long of 10:20. And Alyssa Beersy 10:20 as well. So no surprise to see those three at the front. Now there's a good chase pack coming up with a group of 4 athletes. So one of them from Wellington, the other so Eleanor Benson of Melbourne Uni leading that chase pack.
Kiara Boyd Squires though, is happy to separate from the front and do a bit of solo running, which is one of the hardest things you can do. But she said, if I'm going to win, I'm going to do it the hard way. Good on her.
Yeah, that's right. She's starting to get a little bit of a lead, and I'm not so sure she's picked it up too much. I think she's just maintained, and maybe some of the conditions out there having a little bit of an influence on Mies and Beersy.
Come through here at about the 6:53.
Yeah, so again, ticking off those 83s. So Beersy moved her way into second position in that chase pack. Eleanor Benson, so her seed time 10:30. So those girls in the chase pack at the moment sitting in 4th, 5th and 6th, if they can maintain what they're doing at the moment, they'll be hopefully going home with personal bests as well.
Certainly one of the toughest parts of the 3K is right here, right now. Can really make or break, and there seems to be absolutely no danger of slowing down at the front. As you're right, Jimmy, the girls in the 4th, 5th and 6th position are working well together as they start to spread out.
Spreading out more and more. You see a good little Deakin duo. Izzy Girardi coming through, and Tess Rhodes.
Kiara Boyd Squires, 3rd in the Oz Uni Games 5,000. She's definitely flexing her muscles over the distance here. And she looks extremely comfortable in what she's doing.
Yeah, she's not looking like she'll be challenged at this point, but still plenty of time to go, and perhaps making a little bit of a threat for that. Eleanor Benson of Melbourne University, we saw her leading that chase pack. So she's moved her way into 3rd position just at the moment, and quickly into 2nd position. So there's plenty of time for her to close this gap.
Well, she's played into the theme of the night, hasn't she? Bided her time, and now she's finding her form. Alyssa Virazi, 2nd in the Vic Champs 500 and 8th in the Nationals, so don't discount her from that position. Busy.
But it looks like Boyd Squires long had picked it up a little bit coming into this home straight. Beersy in 3rd position, trying to get after Melbourne Uni. So bell lap at just over 9 minutes. So I reckon we'll see the PBs for the girls here. 80 seconds is all that's required. So Benson closing that gap on Boyd Squires. So like we said, the theme of tonight has been those sitting back just a little bit, with the exception of Sam McEntee earlier in that men's 3K, just the class above the boys.
We wonder if this will spur her on at the front here. Benson's looking extremely strong. We approach the 200 to go. And it's just that lactic acid that's kicking in now. And if you can override it, you can get a wicked high, but that's easier said than done. It's a Melbourne Uni athlete.
Squires Long's responded again as Benson tried to get on her shoulder. That's very smart running from Boyd Squires Long, making her run that a little bit further, but Benson still looking very dangerous. Boyd Squires Long found that extra gear.
Ooh.
Benson edging, both
coming
girls
back
going
now.
right at it.
Ooh.
Benson looking like she might have the better. Squires Long goes
What a great
again.
finish.
Whoa.
8:20 on the clock there.
So,
and a big hug at the end. That's great sportsmanship. Izzy
Benson.
Girardi, I think, coming through there.
Benson will be taking home a personal best, that's for sure. Boyd Squires Long potentially right on that 10:20 mark.
Great running from everybody out here. As I said earlier, the conditions have sort of died down a bit, and it's a beautiful night for running. There'll be a few PBs ticked off out there. What a great finish.
So would you say that the rain has stopped falling, but the PBs have not?
No, I would say they're still coming.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
So again, Jimmy, the sit and kick
Seems to be the way to
has
go.
prevailed again.
You know what? In his next race, if anyone's to pull off the sit and kick, Nathan Pearce.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we do know is as well, if anyone's got a mullet, they'll do well. And if anyone's got the next percent, I don't know.
You'd be nervous on the
I don't
start.
want to wish him. Yeah, I don't want to wish him bad luck, but yeah, hasn't proved great
Good luck.
results on the wet track tonight.
Yeah, I think certainly the bottom of them's a little bit slippery, but less talk, more reading of the start lists.
Stop it, you gum flappers. All right, relay 1, Kieran Hesse from Box Hill. And in number 2, we have Tim Bryant from Collingwood, Brett Fisk, Invitation, Ben Ludbrook, Eureka. Jack Hyam from Glen Huntly, Jason Clayton, his clubmate from Glen Huntly, Luke McElvena from Essendon, Peter Green from Box Hill, Callum Day from St Kevin's, Darren Diol from Box Hill, Ben Beischer from Old Scotch, Tom McFarlane from Glen Huntly, Jack Thurman, Invitational, Nicholas Blum, Invitational, Jacob Bell, Keeler St Bernard's, Nathan Pearce, Western Athletics, Lockie Morehouse, Mentone, Kirk Shanahan, Western Athletics, and to round out the field of 19, Joshua McLeod of Box Hill. So a few Box Hill athletes in this race. As we said earlier in the night's stream, many Box Hill athletes. They've got a big contingent of distance runners and very committed to the Vic Milers Club's events. I think the next one might be at Box Hill. There's one coming up that's at Box Hill, that's for sure.
That's right, on
in December.
December the 10th, I believe, will be the date. A bit of a pre-intro, you could say, into the Zatopek.
Yeah, well, that night as well, they've got the lower graded Zatopek events at Essendon. So 10,000 metre events at Essendon on that night, and then you've got the Vic Milers Club over at Box Hill. So Box Hill always producing great results, fast times.
Home of PBs.
Yeah, certainly.
Box Hill.
It's a great track. We saw, especially in that 3K last year at the White Horse. Classic, plenty of sub-8s.
Oh, of course, how exciting was that? And this heat, our time range is about the 8:45 to 9 minute mark. So 8:45, so that's about 70 seconds per lap average that the athletes will
That's
be
exactly
hoping for.
70 second.
Roundabout.
Well done.
That was quick.
Roundabout, or exactly.
Exactly.
That was wildly impressive.
It's easy for us to work out anyway. 1 minute 10, 2 minutes 20, 3 minutes 30 will be our first 3 laps that the athletes will be hoping for.
Got Peter Green there leading at the front. I believe Josh Hesse behind him. So again, they'll be nicely bunched for a while. Find their feet, find their form, find the pace. And figure it out from there. But it's fantastic to see 2 Box Hill athletes at the front.
You're not from Box Hill, are you, Mitch?
No. Definitely don't have the best.
That's
interest.
right. We've subtly, or not subtly, plugged our own.
We've done our
own
plugs,
clubs,
yeah.
favourite football teams, former colleges tonight.
Jimmy's name dropping everywhere.
Left, right, and centre. And just wait till they come over to the 100 start. I've got another drop for you all.
I can't wait. 71 seconds through the first 400 there. Peter Green still leading it out. Josh Hesse in second place, and not a lot of movement.
So as they come around to the 100 start, oh, you know what? We can't even quite see it there, but St. Stephen's has got a beautiful little setup on the corner of the track. All the club mates come out to support our fellow athletes, and all athletes, that is, because let's face it, us distance runners, we're all fighting the same battle. We're all out here trying to race as fast as we can. A little bit of club pride.
A little.
It's all against the clock.
I have been jealous of St Stephen's setup, and it's sort of the only thing that you see when you come to these meets. At Melbourne Uni last year, at Box Hill, they'll have the blow-up couches, the club tent. I think it'd be great if a few clubs had that sort of style set up, even when the weather gets warmer. I don't know, a makeshift ice bath or something. Like, get the full setup going on up there on the hill. I love it, James.
Yeah, it could be
well
alright.
done to your club, although I know you had nothing to do with the actual setup itself.
Nope, because I was up here. So 2:24 through the 800. That's bang on 72. So 9-minute pace is currently what we're seeing these athletes go through. They'll want to pick it up just a little bit, which looks to be exactly what they've done. We've seen them string out a little bit more.
Your running maths is impressive. I always tell people I'm not good at maths, I'm just good at running maths.
Yeah, running maths is different when you're training and you got to knock out those 72-second reps, those 70s, those nice round numbers.
Yeah, what's 9 minutes 3K? 72 seconds.
72 is
How do you know
pack.
that? You must be good at maths. No, running maths.
Yep.
I've got to eat my words here. That's Josh McLeod in second place and 8th place getter at National Cross Country. So he's no stranger to running at distance. As they start to string it out a little bit here, it seems to happen at the same point of every race that this is starting to break up. And another mulleted Scotch athlete is sitting in 4th there. Unbelievable. I've never seen more mullets from Scotch. But as these boys start to get a move on.
Well, as we said, the mullet tonight has been in direct correlation to a top 4 finish.
I think it has.
In the end. So we will be watching the red uniform and the long hair draping on top of it.
That's right. They will tell you in science, one of the first lessons is correlation is not causation, but perhaps this is the exception. Mullets directly cause fast times. And Nath Pearce has seen a little bit of a break between the packs, and he's not going to have anything to do with a chase pack.
Nathan Pearce.
He's all about the lead pack.
Athletics. Keep an eye on him.
Nath Nation wants all of it. So tucks in there in 5th. And Peter Green keeps the lead.
So great work from Peter Green to do a lot of the early leading. It helps everyone else in the field, but sometimes not them. A bit of a prisoner's dilemma, one might say. If they're not all willing to cooperate, they won't all benefit. And the one person who does the right thing can often be punished.
It's the sacrificial lamb at the front.
Yeah, that's right.
We're still talking about running, yeah? There is a race going on.
We are.
So through 1,600 metres, at least I've noticed, 4:46 odds, so that would lend itself to about an 8:50 3K finish, depending on the finishing speed of these front athletes, particularly the athlete in 4th place from Scotch with the mullet.
Yeah, so we've seen him pick it up a little bit over these last couple of laps. Jason Clayton is the athlete in the blue singlet of Glenn Huntley, who's been sitting very nicely just in 3rd position.
Josh McLeod takes over now.
So McLeod over leading.
Is that Lockie Morehouse who is leading that next pack? Nathan Pearce has kind of found himself in no man's land in between. So Morehouse from Mentone leading that second bunch. And as we said, it's been sort of sit and kick night a little bit, and keep your eye on deeper in the field, although those out in front are stretching out that lead bit by bit.
Yeah, I reckon the mullet of Ben Baisha could certainly pay off.
He's got the
tonight.
big mullet
Yeah,
energy.
He's moved himself into 2nd position. He's seen the gap that McLeod's starting just to get over them, and he's not having anything to do with being caught behind.
McLeod, he wants it all here. He said, give me the front, give me the spotlights. But the mullet power, you really can't look over it.
Yeah, that's it. Baisha's quickly moved up. It'll be interesting to see if he just sits behind or if he keeps going and goes around. If he sits behind, I think that's probably the smart decision to do at this point. With 2 laps to go, you'd still want to have a little bit in the tank.
6:27 there with 2 laps to go. McLeod, he's a notable front runner. He's a tough runner. Baisha right on him there. Peter Green, he hasn't gone too far away. Nathan Pearce still leading that chase back there as they all start to work together. But it's heating up at the front. And if you're going to go with the theme of the night and my love for mullets, Baisha looking good.
Yeah, Baisha looking very good at this point, but Don't discount Clayton. He's now just edged himself into third position, and he's probably got a little bit of a sniff at the finish line as they approach the 600 to go mark. Nathan Pearce working hard of that chase pack to get back on. And I'll tell you what, if he can get a sniff over this last 400,
He hasn't given up.
He'll be dangerous.
So that was a bit over 7 minutes going through the 1600. So, yeah, still about that 850 mark that the leaders will hit. But it all depends on this last hot 400-metre lap. Let's see what the boys can do.
Yeah, they'll certainly be under that 850 marker. I expect a bit of an explosion as we come into this last lap. That explosion likely to come from Baisha.
Here he goes.
And almost on cue, but McLeod trying
let him
hard
in
to
there.
hold him on the outside. He's giving him a little bit of a push as he comes around. Clayton working strong, one of our unattached athletes in the box, in the Brooks singlet.
Bit hard to tell exactly who that is.
And this pack is absolutely making up the distance. Baisha, he's going to put his foot down and put the pedal to the metal. But the unattached athlete here, he's picking up the ground and he's seeing who can come along with him. And as I say that, Nath Nation, Nathan Pearce, is not going anywhere. So these front two athletes have done a lot of the work. But the boys at the back, they're picking them up and they're picking them off hot. Nathan Pearce, he is moving. He is flying with 200 metres to go. The unattached athlete now rounds them both. The mullet man and Baisha now moves back. And Nathan Pearce, he wants all of the attack. And he says, what you've got, I've got better. But he's starting to put a bit of distance into him here, the unattached athlete.
So that's Nicholas Blum, who's
Might run
leading.
away with
Nate's
it.
tried real hard. He's very strong, but he maybe just left it a little bit too late. Nicholas Blum has had a fantastic run, 8:46. Woof. And a big sea of athletes, Clayton, Baisha, Pearce, McLeod, all coming through on that 9:45 to 9:50 mark.
Which would be PBs for a big chunk of the boys.
To 8:50.
So almost the whole crowd there in under that 9-minute mark. Not much separating the entire field.
Just perfectly timed their race from Blum. And he looked too strong in the end. But Nathan Pearce, wow. Is he back?
Yeah, good run
Getting
from
back.
Nathan. Yeah, he's had a bit of time off and worked his way back up, and good on him for jumping in a race tonight.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to race, don't you?
That's right. You know,
So train and train and train, and then place all this importance on coming back. First big race. I think racing is good training sometimes.
it certainly
quite
is.
often.
And if you think about what is it that we train for, we train to race. So good to see plenty of athletes coming out to race.
Good to see a lot of camaraderie here post the line. A lot of man hugs, a lot of handshakes. What a great race that was.
Speaking of good teamwork over that race there, shout out to Melbourne University, who are currently watching our live stream from their club room. So shout out to those guys.
Ooh, Melbourne Uni, g'day.
Good to see.
Should do around the grounds live feed to all the clubs.
Yeah, I reckon. Tune them in. So our next race will be the men's D3000. We have Alexander Jackson of Athletics Waverley, Long Ewan of Glen Huntly, Michael Johnston of Richmond, Reese Hadfield of Knox, James Maguire of Melbourne University, having his teammates supporting him. In the club rooms, Luke Sin of Doncaster, Zach Hunter of Box Hill, Craig Appleby of Knox, Zachary Norton of Geelong Guild, Charlie Close of Wellington, Caden Murray of Diamond Valley, Joji Mori of Richmond, David Sedia of Glen Huntly, Mark Stodden of Richmond, Jai Hadfield of Knox, Hamish Lazaro of Doncaster, William Garbaletto of Sandringham, Jordan Mason of Eureka, Ruben Howard of Glen Huntly, and Xavier Johnson of Mentone to round out our field. What are some of our C times looking like for this one, Michael?
Well, first of all, I'd like to point out, because I just love to correct you whenever I can, James. Charlie Close of Williamstown, not Wellington. Sorry about that. I thought you were the club code expert. WTN being Williamstown Athletics Club. So, well, just want to get that right for Charlie.
I suppose you get what you pay for on these live streams, don't you?
That mean? Oh, smack. I thought smack was off the track. Turns out he's in the commentary box. So 8:59, Craig Appleby is the fastest of our seed times. Zach Norton from Geelong Guild as well, an 8:59 PB or seed time to his name. Spanning down to Joji Mori and Xavier Johnson of Richmond and Mentone around the 9:20 mark. So 9 minute, what's that, James?
72s.
72s for 9 minute. Let's just wish all the boys across that mark. Oh, Alexander Jackson, 8:57 as well, he's put down. So there's a few 9:05s to 8:59s. Yeah, they'll be going 72, 73 second laps to try and run that low 9, if not break that 9 minute barrier. I remember trying for so many years trying to break 9 minutes. Sometimes you place so much importance on just trying to get these milestone times. And 9 minutes is such a big one, just like that 2 minute 800, 4 minute or 5 minute 1500
Yep,
even.
and that 2 hour marathon.
A 10 minute, 12 minute 3K. It's the even numbers always bring about milestones throughout your running career. I remember my first 6 minute 1500 when I was very young.
Hey, you know what?
A milestone's a
Years
milestone.
ago.
Yeah.
I've got a fact for you. I remember my first sub 6 1500 on this track.
Oh, wow, there
we go.
Surprised there's not a statue out the front for you, James.
Nah, we want people to come to the venue, not spit on it.
Anyway, from Waverley out the front of our field is the athlete with the fastest seed time in Alexander Jackson. He is leading the field from Len Huntley. Athlete David Sedia, I believe. Or is that Ruben Howard?
We'll check on the ID right as he comes through.
Knox, bit of a good showing in this race. A few athletes up the top end. Craig Appleby, an 8:59 man, sitting on the shoulder of our Waverley athlete, Alexander Jackson.
Yeah, so it is David Sedia that's sitting comfortably in that second position. Craig Appleby just on the outside. Looks like maybe he doesn't quite want to tuck in just yet.
So 2:24 would be the time they're looking for if this is a 9 minute group. The puddles had thinned in lane 1, the rain has stopped and the wind has died down. So good conditions for PBs, and 2:28 through that 800. So probably more at this point, looking around that 9:10-ish mark for the full 7.5 laps. But there have been a few sitting kickers traditionally across the night, so see how it all plays out. They're all tightly bunched, which means they've kind of made a concerted effort, a conscious effort to actually make it a little bit slow if the whole field is pretty tightly bunched.
Yeah, that's right. So
Appleby, 3:02.
Yeah, 3:02 for the first K. So bang on 9:06. And I'd say these athletes still looking like to be in a good position to get on that 9 minutes. We'll see him pick it up, and sometimes that actually is quite a nice way to run the 3Ks, is to kind of work into it and finish off with that strong last K.
The hardest K, obviously. You don't have to be a runner to work out that the last K is the hardest K.
Although I'm not so sure. I reckon when you know it's the last K, you can sort of just guts it out a little bit when you know the finish is there. If you think about, what that fourth K in a 5K.
So you reckon the second K is the hardest K of a 3K?
I reckon the K between 1500 and 2.5K.
Yeah, okay.
Is definitely the hardest.
Yeah. Could it be the first K? Because maybe you're too tempted to go out really fast.
That's right. It's your first race of the season. It's your first Milers Club, and you're itching to get out. Yep.
So mentally, that might be the hardest K. Maybe not
Could
physically.
be. Yeah, not physically, but mentally.
Depends what the question is, I guess.
We should go back to this race because there's been a little bit of a change in the lead of Diamond Valley. Caden Murray taking over some of the work, and Craig Appleby again being there just to sit and tuck in. His teammates all coming along with him.
Caden Murray, athlete from Diamond Valley, a few years of experience in the junior ranks, a 17-year-old. Has done quite well at state champs and Milers Club races over the years. Appleby and was that Jackson
It's
from
the two
Waverley
Hadfield
as well?
brothers.
Oh, the Hadfield.
Yeah, the
Reese and
Hadfield
Jai
brothers.
Hadfield.
1 second separating their seed times. I'm glad that's kept them in the same race and not split them up.
You'd have to
between two.
assume.
Yeah,
You'd have to assume they're training partners,
I think so. But
being brothers and from the same club, or is that a bold assumption to make?
Well, they could just be super competitive.
Yeah,
Can't stand it.
So Garbaletto of Sandringham looking like he's going to make a little bit of a move around as well. Has a quick look at his watch and wonders, are we on pace for that sub-9?
Garbaletto's not wearing the next percent, is he? Are they just fluoro green spikes?
Don't put
Don't
the
tell me
omen
he's
on
not
him now.
wearing the
Don't put it on him
next
now.
percents. Don't tell me.
Craig Appleby all of a sudden looking really good.
Yeah, Appleby well experienced, and like we said, you can't underestimate that father strength.
The father strength. Did Craig Appleby a dad?
He sure
Or
is.
it man strength?
Yep, old man strength, father strength.
We didn't say old.
And as you say that, the father
That's a
strength.
well-known fact. You can't underestimate the old man strength, and
Okay, you go with it again.
it's fact.
And they were through 2K in about, just going back to the race if I may, they were going through 2K in about, what was it, 6:03, 6:04. So just ahead of that 9, or just above that 9-minute mark for the 3K. But Appleby, with his man strength,
Yep.
he is pulling away, and I reckon he'll close this last K quicker and be very, very close to that 9 flat mark.
Well, he just looks extremely strong there, Craig Appleby. He looks in a little bit of a league of his own. He's got the legs ticking over really nicely. His form looks fantastic. A few of the boys behind him asking how many laps left.
Yeah, Jai
Either a good
Hadfield,
sign or a bad sign.
the lovely long side of Hadfield. Garbaletto having another look at the watch.
Our early leader in Alexander Jackson from Waverley, just fading back into the field as well. We said sometimes the first K might be the hardest K.
Garbaletto looking really good there in third, sort of getting the pull along.
He is too.
We'll see if he can start to make a move and follow the theme of the races before us. But Craig Appleby, he's looking extremely comfortable there at the front.
Maybe a second or two over that 9-minute pace now. So 7:12, he went through in about 7:14. So yeah, he'll get the 9 minutes. He's looking great.
Starts to round the turn now, and he does. He just looks stronger and stronger each step. You can't discount the two behind him. If they can get a good sit, if they have a little bit of energy left in the system, you really can't doubt that. But the gap is getting bigger and bigger, just as I say that. So Appleby's going to come in with a lap to go, 7:48. So he should roll under that 9-minute mark as the two behind him try and make up the distance. But it seems to be a race in one. Craig Appleby.
Garbaletto is moving really, really well though. He's got a great running technique. You can see his heels flicking right up.
Very smooth.
I don't know him, but I would assume that he's good at the shorter distances as well as a 3K, coming more from a 8:15 background rather than cross country.
These two boys behind are starting to gain a little bit of momentum. They've spotted Craig Appleby a fair bit of distance with 200 to go at 8:24 on the clock. You'd say he's pretty comfortable, but stranger things have happened as he rounds in with 150 to go. And I hate to keep banging on about it, but the old man strength is showing through and it's shining extremely bright.
Man strength.
Man strength.
That's right. I tell you what, we've seen Garbaletto look at his watch a lot throughout the race, and I reckon he's after that sub-9 minute, and I reckon he's got a bit of a whiff if he's seen it with 100 to
9:15 seat
go.
time.
One would suspect so.
But Craig Appleby, fantastic running, 8:57. Can we get Garbaletto under 8:59? I reckon he's done
Great
it.
running.
And he's,
I'll give it to him.
Yep. He's put his hands up in the air.
He's happy.
Can we just confirm if he is wearing the next percent?
He is.
He is wearing the
He's
next
got him on.
percent.
Our theory's rotten then.
So it's got him, the next percent could have got him to sub-9.
The mullet theory stands. The next percent theory is out the window.
out
he
the window.
proves us wrong.
Yep. You can wear next percents in.
Very
Xavier
strong finish
Johnson
from
come through.
Zach Norton as well, Geelong Guild athlete, strong closer. His PB a 8:59, so he finished pretty close to that as well. Zach Norton from Geelong Guild.
Great tough running there from Craig Appleby. And he's sort of broken that mould. I know he didn't lead the whole way, but he did take it from a fair way out and said, come get me if you can, and no one could get there. So great running from the front. As we see the field rounded out here, Williamstown athlete.
Charlie Close. Or was that from Wellington, James?
Williamstown, okay. You don't have to...
So you're getting tired.
Yeah,
It's all good.
yeah.
All right, women's C race will be up next as the boys just congregate at the back.
Before we do go to that, we do want to promote the live results that we do have going here. So head over to @vic.resultshub.com.au. You can see live results and start lists before the races. So do head to @vic.resultshub.com.au. Live results. Also, if you have missed a race, you can head over to Athletics Exclusive's YouTube channel. All races are being uploaded as soon as they finish. So if you do want to go back and watch a race, missed a race from earlier on in the night, feel free to go to the YouTube channel and hear the commentary of the race as we do move to the next event on the track.
That is so good. I am legitimately impressed. That is instant feedback, instant results. What a great tool for...
Do have to thank Andrew, who is doing it from Sydney as well, so not just in Melbourne.
Very good. Great
That's
work from the team, should I say. We're just here to flap our gums and
Yeah.
talk about what we talk about. But anyway, women's C race. So from Williamstown, we have Nissa Males. From Mentone, we have Catherine Van Eed. From Richmond, we have Maddie Lawson. From Sandringham, we have Abby Hickey. From GLG, Geelong Guild. Good. We have Saffron Yates. From Wendouree, we have Lily Gilbert. From Yarra Rangers, we have Olivia Twining. From Richmond, we have Harriet Slater. Sure I say, that was an easy one. I don't know what happened then. Diamond Valley, Jessica Campbell. From Oldsavarians, Emma Richardson. CCR, James.
Casey Cardinia.
Anna Carlotta. Joanne Pratt is from, hang on, CCR. CCA would be Casey Cardinia.
Hold on.
Oh, we'll get back to this.
The Crosby crew.
Alice Stiles from, is it from Crosby Crew?
Oh, no. Can't miss the Crosby crew. We won't be able to do it.
Alice Stiles from Geelong Guild. Mia Strudley from Yarra Rangers. Grace Muir, Yarra Rangers. Sirocha Cretan from Mentone. Tali Van Roos Marlin from Wendouree. Rose Mayhew from Geelong Guild. And Sarah Dixon from Chilwell.
So I'm interested to know how the Crosby crew have got their own abbreviation.
That's funny how that works.
Men in
they
high
must know
places.
someone that works in Milers Club, I reckon.
Most of the others are unattached. That's good. All right, just new one to memorise, isn't it?
It is, it really is.
CRC.
And an important one. Crosby crew.
CCR.
Yep. Given rise to some great athletes, notably Sinead Diver.
Crosby Crew would be a rec running club, wouldn't they?
Yep, they certainly
Affiliated
are.
with Athletics Victoria. There you go. That's how the abbreviations come in.
And this has started incredibly hot. This is very fast from the gun as they maybe try and find their pace now.
Yeah, it looks like we've got one of our pacers back as well, rocking the red singlet.
Nissa Males from the Team Matthews running stable. She'll be chasing a time tonight.
Getting bigger and bigger, that team.
And she wanted to do a bit of a Michael Kernahan, not waiting for the rest of the field, knows her pace.
She has definitely separated herself from the rest of that pack. Quite early 300 metres into the race, but everybody has their different methods, and I'm a huge fan of the front runner. So as they start to sort themselves out, start to get into the line, these girls will definitely be trying to run a fast time, which is pretty notorious at Milers Club. It's definitely the place for PBs to really test yourself. So actually not letting the pacemaker in.
So we probably want to see about those 87-second laps, which is exactly what we saw just there. So 10:53, the fastest C time of Jessica Campbell. There's a close bunch of girls, about 10 or so, in between that 11-minute to 10:53 mark. So I'd say that's why we're seeing a split of two packs pretty early on. So we'll try to keep track of both of those packs. For those watching at home that are after some of those personal best times for their athletes. So Nisa Males doing well, just sitting behind our pacer. Got that early lead. Abby Hickey of Sandringham is the one just in the middle between that chase pack and our leader.
So Mia Strudley and Grace Mueller, the two Yarra Rangers athletes there, also on the pursuit. But it's the good pace out the front that seems to be ticking along extremely nicely.
And the time that Nissa will be chasing is 11 minutes, which is 88 or 1 minute 28 per lap. So she's well and truly under that, and she goes through 2 laps in about 2:43, 2:44. So it's a 2:56 for 11 minutes dead, which I feel these girls are under so far.
Well, the tactic can work one of two ways. Sometimes you can gas yourself early, or other times you give yourself a pretty nice buffer to be able to hit the time that you want. So I'm hoping it's the latter, but she's looking extremely comfortable out the front as the rest start to make up. 2 Yarra Rangers athletes there working extremely well together in 4th and 5th place.
The old theory of banking time early.
Yep.
Saving
Big
seconds.
believer.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. It is actually very hard to be confident in your ability to negative split. Mentally, the much easier race is going out hard and just
Seeing if you can
banking
hold on.
time, feeling confident.
Yeah,
although it's hard to hold yourself back sometimes.
that's right. I think mentally it's got to be a hard thing knowing when you plan to negative split and you get to a point where you start to hurt already, being like, well, I've got to pick it up from here.
Yeah.
Whereas when you bank a little bit of time, you start to hurt a bit, you've got that positive reinforcement already, knowing that, hey, I've got a little bit of time up my sleeve. It's okay. I'm relaxed. Let's keep going.
Yeah, horses for courses though.
It's
Different
true.
methods.
It's true.
Thought I just mentioned horses because of spring racing carnival. So I slipped that quote in there.
Oh, is it? Yeah. That's why we enjoyed
pacemaker
that
now.
wonderful public holiday Tuesday.
Finding her feet.
So what's that, a 4:15? Still well under that 11-minute pace.
Yeah, so they've got that time up their sleeve. Most of the girls still looking pretty good, and I think a big positive about this at the moment is there's a lot of girls together. There's not too many that are out on their own. They're either in packs of 3 or packs of 4, or at least got a partner to work with. So we see the girls start to group up a little bit. So Strudley and Muller.
And they've been working extremely well over the last few laps to sort of just move up really gradually, and now they just tuck right in behind that pacemaker, get the benefit of the easy sit, and you see whether she can just drag you through for a while. But definitely training partner synergy going on there as the field starts to pick up the early race leader. Still a bit of distance to cover. And then this women's 3,000.
So give everyone some perspective, the 11-minute mark, which a few of them will be aiming for, maybe some more, some less. 5:50, they want to go through this 2K mark in. So they are slowly drifting closer towards that. After about a K, they had 10, 15 seconds up their sleeve. Now they've only got 5, but still got time up their sleeve, eh?
That's right. And look, in saying that, there's been a bit of a change in leaders. So with Muller and Strudley, they did move up, so perhaps they've stayed on that nice even pace running.
That is true.
That I think is most conducive to the faster times.
Well, that's it. And then talking about giving yourself time or being able to kick in negative split, one of the hardest things, if not the hardest thing, is running an even race.
Yeah.
And these two have done it so well, and so seems like easily that they've just been able to tick off the laps and tick them off really nicely.
Especially for young developing athletes as well. We have, reading off a few of the ages in this race, we've got 15, 15, 14, 13, 13, 12. years old. So there's a few younger athletes who wouldn't have too many 3Ks under their belts, and it's a real art, real practice to try and get into that mode of just ticking off your consistent laps. So it takes a number of years of being a distance runner, doing multiple races to feel comfortable in doing those paces.
Yeah, that's right. If you can do that, it just helps so much. So obviously looked after very well by their coach, teaching good tactics. And I mean, the great thing is just to see teamwork. It makes it so much easier.
So 7:12 through 2 kilometres, as we hear Tim Crosby say trackside. 7:20 is the mark that they would feel comfortable with if they were going for under 11 minutes. Now these girls, if we look up there, PB Mueller is 10:58. And is that Strudley that's with her as well at the front? 11:15 are their seated times. So they both would be wrapped, just nudging under the 11-minute mark, which they are 7 or 8 seconds clear of.
They've absolutely made the most out of the pacemaker, and I don't know whether she's thinking about finishing here. She's not looking too bad as the 2 Yarra Rangers athletes take it now, and they hit the line here at 7:55.
So Strudley is our leader, who's looking like she's maybe opened up a little bit of a gap on her teammate. She's got a few metres on her. On Briller, and then back from Geelong Guild, Rose Mayhew.
Sorry, we've just had a storm that's come over Murrumbeena track here. Just a bit of thunder and lightning, and we're all good.
Yeah, so been a little bit of an issue with that outdoor mic. That's given a bit of feedback, but I tell you what, it has not disturbed Strudley whatsoever. She's pulling away more and more. And what did you say her seat time was again, Mika?
Strudley was an 11:15.
She's going to be well under that tonight.
Oh, absolutely. She's run very strong. She doesn't look like she's slowing down. We only have 1 lap to go. Is it 1 lap to go? Yeah, 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, I'm confused because she's going to be well under that 11-minute mark.
It's just getting stronger here. She hits the bell at 9:20 on the nose.
So yeah, she'll run close to her 10:45, 10:40 potentially.
Yeah, it's brilliant running. So too, Muller. She'll be on for a PB now. Pacer looking like she said, you know what? Screw it. I'm getting a good time on the board as well. If I'm helping these girls, I may as well help myself too.
Might as well get the PB out of it.
Yeah. And you know what? Credit to her. She took them out, took them through that perfect pacing.
Yeah, why not? You see that from time to time. The pacer thinks, oh yeah, I can do this.
Well, I think why not? If you're feeling good and you're feeling like you're going to get a PB, you might as well finish the race there. Strudley is looking absolutely dominant with 200 to go. 10:04 on the clock. She's going to go well under that 11-minute mark.
With the rest of the field fairly spread out, we do still see 2 Yarra Rangers athletes in front, and we'll call the athletes through as they do come onto screen. It is Strudley, 100 metres to go, 10:25, so she'll hit about a 10:45 for the finish and collect a 30-second PB. She must have had some cross-country season building up endurance.
Now,
she's looking great.
Quicker than that. She might break the 10:40 here.
Whatever she's had for lunch today, she's going to have for lunch every single race for the rest of her life.
Yes, it's a lunch.
What a great
Well,
one.
it's definitely not the mullet or the Dexter sets.
Those styles there.
And a really great finish there, yeah.
I think.
Rose Mayhew.
So Rose Mayhew, Geelong Guild, coming around the low 10:50 mark.
That'll be a PB.
Girls from Wendouree, Lily Gilbert.
Abby
Jessica
Hickey
Campbell now coming through
finished ahead just there.
on 11:09.
These males from Williamstown, around under that 11:15 mark. Now one of our invitational athletes.
And that's the Crosby crew.
She would have got a PB by about 10 seconds. So it was Anna from the Crosby crew, across the line at about 11:20. Her previous PB 11:30. From Old Zavarians,
Emmy Richardson.
Emmy Richardson. So that was a huge PB from Emmy Richardson. About 11:40. Her PB was 12:10.
Good sprint to the line here. Can't quite see who it is.
Joe Pratt. Coming through there.
Joanne Pratt, PB
Casey
as well,
Pratt,
about
yeah.
12 minutes, or just under 12 for Joanne Pratt. She must have seen the clock as she was getting close to the finish line.
I think she might have been just over, but certainly that's going to be on the cards for this season, a sub-12.
PB's PB.
3K, that's right.
And from Mentone, Catherine Van Eed. I think she had she had a child racing earlier today. The name's very, very familiar.
Fantastic.
Van Eed from Mentone. They're good to get the whole family involved. That's what we were saying earlier. We like those father-son or mother-daughter combos here at Milers Club night.
That's right.
Men's E-race. James and Mitch up next.
Here we go.
So we got Luke Hunter of Yarra Rangers, and it's refreshed on me. Luke Hunter of Yarra Rangers, Lincoln Belgrove, Glenn Huntley, Liam Morgan of Western Athletics, Elias Stott of Geelong Guild, Hein Romert of Eureka, Ashton McDonald of Knox, Jack Armstrong of Box Hill, Damien Clark of Frankston, Christian Weitz of Western Athletics, Logan Janetsky of Glen Huntley, David Gregg of Ivanhoe, David Paroisian of Melbourne University, Grant Simpson of BEL. I thought I could have done a perfect one here. We'll get back to you. Scott Benedict of Ringwood, Joshua Hawkes of Wendouree, Max Saville Bentley of Yarra Rangers, Robert Schwerkold of Old Scotch, Dylan Pereira of Box Hill, and Joel McGill of Mornington Peninsula.
That's Ballerine BEL.
Ah, yes, down in Geelong.
Just off the top of my head.
Yep, I think that's spot on.
Might be taking over the
Makes
mantle here.
Yeah. So our seed times all very close together. 9:20 is the quickest seed in this of Logan Janetsky. 9:31 rounds out the field. So
Do some running maths. What's that per lap?
we'll be looking at about 75s, just under 75s to that.
75. They swift.
Yeah, 75 or just under we want. So let's just say we want to hit those 74s, allow for that little point something or other buffer
The buffer.
in there. So yeah, those 74s we want to see.
That's a storm.
Yeah, that's the story again.
Wakes you up.
Yeah, it looks like they've got out reasonably swiftly. So Lincoln and Belgrove, the youngster of Glenn Huntley, looking at his watch, making sure that they're right on pace. Yes, they are.
75s. That's a pretty easy one to try and well, not to try and run, but to try and remember.
Yeah, try and remember.
75,
115,
230,
345, 5 minutes.
345s.
Keep going.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do our 75 times tables.
Yeah, but it's not really though, because you're
Yeah.
dividing it by 60.
Yeah,
and carrying the one and
yeah, doing all that sorts of stuff. So
Anyway.
This is well over my head.
tonight is a night of running, and it's about the runners and not
Well, it was right on 75.
and not maths.
bang
So,
on. So
They must be listening.
yeah, great to see Lincoln Belgrove. So 9:30 is his PB, and he's got the boys moving on quite as well. You know what? If anyone out there was to take the lead, this youngster has just put his hand up and said, "Let me do it."
You know what school Lincoln Belgrove's from?
Wesley.
Wouldn't have thought so. Haileybury.
Ah.
Except that's not Lincoln Belgrove in first.
Oh.
He's in fifth. So that would be
Yeah,
his
half a
club
chance.
mate in Logan Janetsky.
And I'm pretty sure Logan's from Wesley.
Yeah,
So
looks familiar in a
half and
Wesley
half.
kit. Yeah. It's all right. We don't get everything right. We get most things right, though.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that is right in this race is Logan Janetsky's mullet and his ability to run fast time.
Absolutely. Is there anyone in the next percents in this field?
I'm not sure, but that doesn't matter because we saw that you could run well with them, run not so well with them.
That is true.
You know,
Yeah.
it was irrelevant, and really
Who was that? The boy from Sandringham a couple of races ago?
it was. Yeah, And he had a blinder just dipping under that 10-minute mark.
Oh,
9-minute
2:28.
mark.
These boys are good.
Yep. Great work from Janetsky. He's got him right on pace. And they've strung out beautifully, so there shouldn't be too much argy-bargy throughout this race. They're in that nice long line. Can all get a good sit. Be good to see one of the other guys put their hand up at some stage and take over a little bit of the work from young Logan.
He's only a little fella. Give him a break.
Yeah.
Let someone else take the win.
I'll tell you what, though, I think he wants all the smoke. He's pretty happy to be out the front. He has just said, all right, boys, you're going to lead me to the front? Well, try and catch me and try and take it over. As he starts to get a minor gap there.
They were through in 3:06 as well. So, yeah, 9:18 if they maintain this even pace for the rest of the race.
David Grieg just hanging onto the back of that pack. A great Trinity boy. Shout out to Trinity Grammar School. As all these boys find their space, and you're right, Jimmy, there's not a lot of argy-bargy out there, which can always lead to some pretty fast times and some pretty good PBs, but they've left Logan out the front, and he seems pretty content there.
Yeah, that's right. But in a really good position is Hein Raymer of Eureka.
Hein Raymer taking a long break from running. He was a fantastic junior cross-country runner, and it's good to see him back out there having a crack. So start to make some moves now towards the front of this pack. And maybe we will see someone take over the front and take over the reins.
I reckon Liam Morgan could be a likely one of that. He's the one in the Western Ace singlet who's swung around.
He's looking pretty comfortable, isn't he?
In second position now, yeah. He's sporting the arm warmers, taking a little bit of rain from Stewie McSwain. And dare I say, has he got a mullet too?
Actually, hang on.
Hold on.
Is his hair short on the side but long out the back?
Our theory tonight, if you want to run fast at Victorian Milers Club, sport a mullet. I reckon we're going to see a few more.
Honestly,
on the next
he
round
can't lose.
Of Vic Milers.
And who's that in third? Hein Reinmart?
Yep, of Eureka.
Eureka. Strong
Hein
race. He's
Raymer.
looking good, comfortable.
A Warrnambool boy, Hein Raymer, so he's come a fair way to chase the time. You'd love to see it, but Logan, he still wants the front.
Max Saville Bentley, the
This is
taller
where you
figure
come
there.
if you are chasing a time.
Yep, that's right. They've gone through that mile in just a tick under 5 minutes.
See Jack Armstrong maybe trying to bridge the gap of the top three there, the Box Hill athlete.
So, you know, it looks as if, you know, Janetsky could have had a little bit of a break from the lead, but he just pushed it. I reckon he's comfortable up front there. He likes running up front. He does not look out of place whatsoever.
Nah, he's just finding his form and finding his feet. And I think sometimes when you are at the front for so long, you sort of forget that there's people behind you. As you see David Grieg make a move towards the back of the pack. But Hein Raymer, he's putting a little bit of distance on the Box Hill athlete as they all start to work together now.
Now Max Saville Bentley of the Yarra Rangers, he's the one in the white singlet of that chase pack. He sort of edged his way on the shoulder as if he wants to have a spot on the back of this lead pack.
Yeah, I reckon that those first two packs might just about merge now as the gap is slowly being bridged.
But right as you said that, Janetsky just put the head down in sonic fashion and picks up the speed.
Still okay to go though. It's not exactly a sprint finish yet, although now they are going a little bit closer towards that 9:15 pace.
At 15 years old, says come and get some if you want some. And Hein Raymer still looking really good there in third place. Those two aren't going too far, and they're going to stalk him here into the straight.
9:15 at 15 years old. That would have to be an early season national qualifier, one would think.
You would think so. That is moving.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result, and he's looked so strong throughout this race. And
solo too.
Yeah, perhaps he's taken a little bit of inspiration from Sam McEntee in our earlier A race to just do much of the work, but also take the win because he's pulling away. Morgan and Raymer, second and third, trying to do a little bit of work. Saville Bentley keeps looking as if he's going to close that gap, but they pick it up a little bit more.
The rest of the pack comes through now. So these boys, there's not a lot within it from the front to the back. They're all running extremely consistently. And Logan Janetsky here is putting the burners on. Hein Raymer still in third place there. And these boys, they're going to have to do a bit of work to catch up to him. probably called it a bit early in other races, but he's looking fantastic here. The young 15-year-old out of Glen Huntly.
It's a very, very big ask to beat Janetsky. Here comes that storm again and passes quickly. But I tell you what, it is not going to bother Logan Janetsky on his home track.
Comes to the bell, and he's coming to 8 minutes here. 8:01 at the bell for Logan Janetsky, and this pack, they've all come through there at about the 8:05 mark, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in this last lap. His head has not wobbled. He's almost got the young Stuart McSween's about them, Logan Janetsky at the front. He looks extremely strong. He takes a quick look around his shoulder as Hein Riemann says, I'm coming after you, young fella. But Logan Janetsky, he's done all the work. He would be gun to tape if he can take this out as he heads into the back straight. Hein Riemann looks like possibly the only one who can make up this ground. She come up to the 200 at 8:40.
This has been an astounding run from Janetsky, but oh, watch out for Riemann.
Here he comes.
Absolutely accelerated, and he's going to get Janetsky at this point. Oh, no. You don't want to see it. Come on, Janetsky.
Come on, Logan.
Come on, Logan.
He's trying to dig deep, but Hein Riemann, he's got the size and the age maybe over Logan Janetsky, but maybe not. Maybe he's got a bit more in the tank. Logan Janetsky says, I'm not done yet. He says, I will take it. Oh! What a finish. Logan Janetsky, Hein Riemann did not get a read on the time, but it doesn't matter with a finish like that as the rest of the field starts to come through. What a run.
It's about 9:13 odd for Logan there, or Logan and Hein Riemann.
Wow. That was to lead all that race and then in that last 100 just accelerate like that after it looked like he was gone. That's unreal. What
that is not
run.
easy to do.
I think that is certainly not the last we're going to hear of Logan Janetsky.
Not at all.
A very gutsy run, dare I say, a little Prefontaine-esque.
Paul, did little Logan get it? What a run. That is the run of the night. That is.
Not easy to do at all.
So 3 races to go. We have, and they are 3 men's races, so the F, the G and the H to come. As the men's F gather on the start line, we have Antonio Russo from Glen Huntly, David Venua from James.
AWA.
Athletics Waverley.
Athletics Waverley.
Yep.
Alexander Murray, unattached, invitational. Matthew from Athletics Waverley.
Athletics Nunawading.
NW. I'll tell you what, the last name threw me there. Wouldn't it? Yeah. My mistake. Andrew Carey from Williamstown. Angus Norman from Yarra Rangers. Raymond Chan from Box Hill. Ranveer Gunja from Box Hill. Paul Pretense from Box Hill. A few Box Hills, eh? Tom Werner from Richmond. Lachlan Welch from Williamstown. Chris Winter from Glen Huntly. Riley Lovick from Frankston. Michael Holst from Athletics Waverley. Yeah, you got that one right. Rowan Day from Mornington Peninsula. Alistair McDonald from Western Athletics. James Anderson from Yarra Rangers. Tom Diamond from Box Hill, and to round out the field of 19, Jordan Mitchell from Mentone.
Big, strong fields all night. Great to see.
So yes, the C times in this 9:30 out to 10 flat. So we'll want to see those 3:10s throughout tonight. So 70, 74, 75. Actually 76 rather, we want 75, 76. See that 9:30. Certainly no 87 laps. We won't want to be seeing.
Guns up.
So it looks like they're out pretty quickly. And maybe quickly bunching up just a little bit again. So no pacer in this one.
And it is still raining very heavily here at Murrumbeena. You get the sounds of the storm coming on the tin roof here. Definitely not technical difficulties in the stadium.
Great to see in a lot of these races, a lot of the younger athletes are taking up the reins and trying to push the pace. Refreshing to see a lot of athletes just go out and get after it and don't worry so much about the tactics and just put the nose to the grindstone, chuck the left foot in front of the right and see who can do it the fastest as they start to bunch up and sort of find their spots again 300 metres into this race.
Left in front of the right. Running doesn't have to be too complicated, does it sometimes?
Not at
Don't worry
all.
about your watch, just run. Just go for a run.
I think it's passed.
It's quite unusual. The athletes are not getting wet yet. The storm is still hovering around the area of Murrumbeena.
So Thomas Diamond at Box Hill. He's the one leading the group at the moment.
9:40 personal best for Thomas Diamond.
So a little bit of relief from the big storm over here at Duncan MacKinnon. So Thomas Diamond leading our group out. As we said before, we're looking for about those 75, 76 second laps. So they're just a little bit over that at this stage.
James Anderson with Yarra Rangers tucked in nicely there behind Diamond. As there's a small separation starting to form between that front pack of 5 and the next group. It looks like it's going to be caught up pretty quickly. So Diamond, it seems to be a pretty consistent theme tonight that they're going to let someone go out and take the pace for the early few laps and then see who they can pick off. But Diamond looking pretty comfortable. Anderson trailing behind him, a bit of a Box Hill sandwich at this front pack with Chen just on the back of it there.
And everyone in this race is running their own race for their own goals. Alistair McDonald sitting in 4th position, the athlete from Western Athletics. I know he won't mind me saying has turned 40 this year and now finds himself in the Masters age group and is one by one just racking up the 40-plus club record. So he'll be on a mission tonight to set a new older man's PB. Not old man, not old man strength, older.
No, don't underestimate the old man strength.
When he was last year.
It's certainly working out for him. He's going to get towed along from the 3 in front. Proved to be not a bad tactic all night.
So do have those 2 distinct packs, the top 4. A bit of a break. Will the second pack form into the first one as the race progresses? Will they tie up? Will some of the athletes be waiting to kick?
So it looks like there has been a little bit of a move made by David Vienor, sporting the new Waverley Malvern singlet, trying to bridge up to that lead pack.
Rowan
So
Day
he's
tucked
at our
in
5th position.
really nicely there in 3rd place, unattached athlete. There's not a lot of separation going on. It looks like
we're going to be up front with you guys. There is no storm.
To be honest, it is not raining.
I'm not sure if anyone picked up on that, but there's no storm.
Very astute if you did.
Yeah, the stadium speakers are playing tricks on us at this late stage in the broadcast. We're trying to fix, but
You know what? Must trust these athletes. We've just got to push through.
Yeah, it's
and fight through the pain.
It's having
such
no
as
effect
Thomas
on these
Diamond.
athletes.
Thomas Diamond just has to put the head back there a little bit, maybe showing some early signs of fatigue, because the others are still pretty happy to just sit off him and let him do the early pacemaking. These two packs, it's going to be a hard one for them to merge. They seem to be a pretty firm pack in two. So Diamond keeps it up. We'll see if anybody's going to be game enough to make them move around him.
So it's still Rayner doing much of that work in the chase pack. So they're probably sitting about 20 to 30 metres behind our lead group at the moment. Chase pack consisting of about 7 athletes, all working together very nicely. So 6:30 thereabouts through the 2K for that second group. So they're on about 9:45 pace. Those athletes in the lead group, they're on about 9:30 pace. So right about where they want to be be honest, at this point. With 2 laps to go, they're all looking pretty strong. Diamond doing a lot of this leading. As I said before, Michael Alistair McDonald looking very strong. We're seeing some of those next percents.
Anderson there.
At,
sorry, Day. Take that back.
3rd position.
Diamond, Anderson, Day and Rowan. Seems to be pretty stable as we see Day now start to make a move into 2nd place. Diamond still happy and still content to be the one to lead the boys out. And it starts to become a move now. He's really chasing the over 40s record here, Alistair McDonald. He's about to move up into 2nd place onto the shoulder coming into the turn. But Diamond starting to put a little bit. Maybe McDonald starts to recognise he might need to catch on to that break before they let him go for good.
Yeah, Diamond's done a lot of work in this race, and by a lot of work, I mean all of the work. We've seen it's been very difficult to be able to win off the front tonight, but perhaps Diamond, like McEntee and Janetsky, as we saw previously, are the ones to defy the odds. Beautiful running from Diamond, so he'll get the bell at 8:17. So a 72-second last 400 will get him a personal best.
Rowan Dane, the 3rd place there, possibly ready to make a move. I know he's in the next percents, but anything's possible. But Diamond, he has put the foot on the pedal. We'll see if anybody can respond, but his stride just seems to be getting longer and longer down that back straight, and he just looks more comfortable as it gets more painful. But he's going to come up here and approach 200 metres to go and look relatively unchallenged. But as I say that, Alistair McDonald possibly. Possibly.
Yeah, Diamond having a quick glance at the watch through the 200 mark. He's probably got the sense that if he can really work over this last 200, he'll be going home a happy man, stopping at McDonald's with a big PB, as you do when you get a personal best. You get a happy meal, and he is flying on this home straight. Diamond, a fabulous run. He's led from the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic race, 9:28. So a big PB, about 12 seconds or so.
Rowan Day, 10 minutes was his PB before this. As you see, your man James Anderson there come through for 3rd. A huge finish coming down the straight here. Clocking the 9:48 on the clock. are probably a bit different for these guys as we are racing at 9:48. So you take a few things into consideration while you're racing. So to run PBs in the cold, I know earlier I said it was getting better, but I was sitting in this comfy studio. Once I went downstairs, it's still pretty cold down there. So every athlete tonight's done a phenomenal job to get up and run, particularly in the early stages of the wind and the rain.
Is there a McDonald's nearby the track, James? You mentioned McDonald's, and now I've got hungry all of a sudden.
I did. I will say, well, one of my favourite little rituals as a youngster, personal best, you go to McDonald's.
What was on the order? What's the go-to?
Double cheeseburger. Yeah.
Great call.
Yeah.
Okay. You can give me the directions after this.
Yeah, that's right. The kickbacks from McDonald's. Waiting for
Yeah.
them.
Shout out.
Sponsors. Okay, the G-Race, men's G-Race, to be starting at 9:46, which is 3 minutes ago. Second last race of the night. We have Ollie Pratt from Mornington, Tom Clucknow from Old Scotch, Tom Forster from St Kevin's, Luke Goodman from St Kevin's, Jonathan Little from Richmond, Andrew McAvoy from Glen Huntly, James Howe from, is that McDonald's?
The Melbourne Midday Milers.
A rec running team, Melbourne Midday Milers, James Howe. Then Brody Andrews from Essendon, Harvey Mason from Geelong Guild, Lachlan Dess from Geelong Guild also. Ryan Costin from Chilwell, Jared Byrne from Generation Running Squad, or Run Social, was it? Squad. Generation Run Squad. Andrew Stevens from Melbourne University, Ross Pentland from South Melbourne. We have Lachlan Ford from Geelong Guild. Dylan Littlejohn from Diamond Valley. Joshua Gobulba from Williamstown. Andrew Dubar from, he's an invitational athlete. And Jimmy Goulis from Melbourne University.
And again, the young fellas, they're going to take it up. They're going to lead them out here.
Yeah, so that's young Oliver Pratt. That's taken him out to start with. Raced over at the All Schools too last weekend, running very well. Nice long hair, Lockie Ford of Geelong Guild. Quickly put on a little bit of pace and a bit of a gap.
A few Geelong athletes have come out tonight. Geelong Guild, Chilwell.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a Geelong Guild athlete in almost every race tonight. Yeah. It's been great to see.
Also country athletes as well, like
at the Windarees.
That's it.
Yeah, Windaree,
Eureka,
Ballarat. We've had Wellington, South Coast.
Good to see people coming from everywhere to come and chase their PBs. That's what these meets are so good for. It's going to roll through the first lap here. Pretty quick time.
About 78 seconds, so 10 minutes is the quickest seed time in this field, so they'll be wanting 80-second laps, those 3:20 splits per the kilometres throughout this race, so keep an eye on that clock.
PB spread about 30 seconds, so we'll see quite a spread as we get a few laps into this race. But the front guys will be looking for that low 10 sort of range. 1 minute 20, 2 minutes 40, 4 minutes.
So Ford to Pratt to Grobbler.
Best things about these sort of nights is that anybody from any age can compete against each other. There's a 38-year age gap between our youngest and our oldest competitor in the field, so it's always interesting to see how that dynamics. I know we mentioned the old man strength, but they've certainly shone bright.
That's some good running maths.
I've been thinking about that for a good minute and a half, trying to do the math there.
Got your pen and paper there.
Long division.
So there's the old man strength, but you can't underestimate either the young buck enthusiasm. That's something I've just coined then, so if you use that term in the future, citation, Coleman.
Young buck enthusiasm.
Coleman 2019.
That was Buck with me.
Coleman et al.
These boys are looking very comfortable out the front.
So Lockie Ford, pretty comfortable. Pratt just going behind him, so Pratt, he'd want to get right on the tail of him if he can. Leading that chase pack, Dylan Littlejohn of Diamond Valley. Tommy Clucko of Old Scotch as well, and Andrew McAvoy. Big boy McAvoy. Oh, that's right.
They are fairly strung out, PBs or season's best seed time, should we say, spread out over 30 seconds. So it does make sense that a bit over a kilometre into the race, they are already spread out across 10 seconds or so, 50 metres.
Josh Grobler there in third place, going to put me at 10:28. So he's certainly right on pace to be able to go under that and go home and get the famous Macca's treatment. So these three working really well off each other. And even the next packs, they've all sort of been split up into packs of 3 and 2. So all working in their own right. It's a Geelong Guild athlete who, as I say that, he's now overtaken.
So that's a youngster, Oliver Pratt of Mornington Peninsula. He just edged his way in front. Good on him. Because there's a bit of sharing of work, and it really does make things a lot easier. Lockie Ford, Geelong Guild, doing much of that early leading.
He's a great runner, Ollie Pratt. He's won a number of Little Athletics Victoria titles over the past few years, being a young athlete still himself. I remember he's telling me that he's done a few 5K park runs in pretty quick time as well.
It was a 10-minute PB. He certainly looks like he's on pace to run something pretty special, particularly at 14. That is extremely impressive. Mornington Peninsula, they've produced a fair few good young distance runners over the years, so it's good to see that it's continuing on. He looks very comfortable at the front, Ollie Pratt.
And still in that chase pack, Little John of Diamond Valley leading them through. So we'll try to keep an eye on some of the splits for those chase packs, but coming through 5:20, so bang on that 10-minute pace, and then just a little bit over for our chase pack.
That chase pack starting to maybe pick up a little bit by bit. As the boys at the front maybe start to feel a little bit of the pinch of doing a lot of the work and sharing the load.
I reckon there's been a bit of a move in this chase pack. So Little John, who was leading just a bit earlier, he's still looking comfortable, but there's just a few that have taken over. Looks to be one of our unattached athletes.
Tommy Clucko there of Old Scotch just latching onto that chase pack to the front pack as they're about to make a connection here. Moving from 3 to 5 always makes things a bit easier. Take that back, 6.
So Brodie Andrews, the youngster of Athletics Essendon, he's there sitting in about 5th position. He's worked hard to get onto those leaders, but now the question's being asked, can he hang with them still?
You've got to think the form looking the best in there is from the unattached athlete in 4th place. He's looking extremely strong.
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable, but our leaders have dropped off the pace just a little bit, so 6:50 through the 2K mark, so they'll be a little bit over that 10-minute mark.
The only, I think, non-mulleted Old Scotch athlete is starting to make his presence felt there in 5th place.
It's unusual.
Yeah, or probably more usual.
So Andrew Dubar is that unattached athlete sitting in about 3rd, 2nd position, but looking very dangerously. So we need to make sure we remember that name, Andrew Dubar, because I suspect we'll be saying it over the last lap multiple times. Still a couple to go here for the guys. Pratt still leading.
Brodie Andrews just sort of falling off the back of the pack there. It's clock out from Scotch.
Someone give Ollie Pratt a break. He's been leading the whole way. He's only little.
He's done all the work. There wouldn't be too much wind breaking behind him, but he's absolutely gritted his teeth.
So Cluckow, he's wearing the red of Old Scotch, the long stride, looking dangerous. Dubar lurking dangerously as well. It looks like Lockie Ford might be just a little bit boxing there at the moment, but still 600 to go and plenty of time. Grobbelaar of Williamstown, who we said had that PB of 10:28, who if he can keep it up over this next 600, will be going home to Macca's, that's for sure.
Tommy Clockow now, 10:25 PB. He starts to take up the reins. But in doing so, Oliver Pratt, he's going to latch on and he's going to try and get dragged through now. He's done with leading all the boys through. He's ready to take a load off as this group starts to break apart a little bit.
So Clockow starting to pump the arms, starting to lengthen the stride. He's looking good, but Ollie Pratt, you can still see those legs ticking over very quickly. The cadence is strong. Andrew Dubar, a little bit of a grimace on the face. Lockie Ford ready to go around, and Grobbelaar having a fantastic run. Been set for a huge PB, but Clockow still pretty dangerous.
Starting to open that stride. He's got that big wide gate. He might be using a little bit less energy than the other boys, but don't count anybody out. But Clockow is looking extremely strong as he starts to put a few more meters into them. As his arms start to pump. He's got a fantastic style for lactic. He is not really moving around his head. His arms have stayed straight and he's looking extremely strong with 200 to go. As you see some of the guys in that second pack start to make their presence known. Grobbelaar, as he starts to move up into third place. And maybe Ollie Pratt, he's not done yet. As these boys start to move. But Clockow takes them into the straight. 9:48 on the clock. He's going to have a PB next to his name, you think, as he finds another gear. Ollie Pratt there in second. And Grobbelaar, he now makes it known that he wants the PB. He's going to cross the line here in 10:03. Ollie Pratt and Grobbelaar, 10:05. And as everybody else starts to come through the line, they're pretty close here, 10:11, 10:12, 10:13. So a great race by all, and there'll be a fair few PBs coming out of that one. And I don't know whether you're best for drive-through or go in at Macca's, because it's going to be pretty clogged up if it's the PB treatment.
Yeah, that's right. Plenty of Macca's PBs tonight. Oh, what a run from Josh Grobbelaar. Huge PB, and he just went after it from the gun too. And you know, we see that, we spoke before about banking that time early. That's what he did, and he hung on and fought strong over the last lap, and huge PB.
Needs to be recognised, the work of Oliver Pratt. That was impressive. A hold on even once you get overtaken. It's easy to lose your momentum and sort of lose your head, but kept a cool, calm composure for a 14-year-old. That's extremely impressive.
Okay, and the last race of the night. Almost Macca's time. Race H, the men's 3,000 metres to finish with. We have Simon Brain from Melbourne University, Will Pratt from Mornington Peninsula. He almost raced his son there. So father of Ollie, Will. Tony Brain from Melbourne University, relation of Simon, surely. Samuel Lowe from MAL, James. Malvern. We have Rupert Van Dongen from Mentone. We have Angus Thompson, Invitational. Renee De Silva from Oldsvarians. Matthew Morrison, Crosby Crew. John Curry, Doncaster Athletics Club. Michael Ryan, Glenn Huntley. Scott McGill from Mornington. John Conus from Keele St Bernard's. Gary Murphy from Laylaw Running Club. And Diamond Valley, Damien Cusack, Greg Steele, Melbourne University, Jared Turab, Melbourne University. No, I got that wrong. Melbourne.
Greg Steele of
MAC. Andrew Thomas of Clemens, and the song's back. And Tom Heaton, Invitational runner there. So a fair spread in the last race of the evening. Fair spread of PBs, 10:40 to 12:10. The runners will be fairly spread out
The
across
youngest
the course.
competitor of the night in this race, 11 years old, Angus Thomas.
Shut your mouth. 11 years old.
11 years old.
Wowee.
I don't know what I was doing at 11, but it certainly wasn't this. So hats off to him. That's extremely impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't running 11 and a half, or 11 and a half, 7.5 laps of an athletics track. It was probably going Macca's.
Yeah. At Macca's.
Growing a mullet, wearing next percents.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff.
All
Yeah,
that
what would
good
happen
stuff.
if you
Is that the
had a
storm back?
mullet and next percents? Would they cancel each other out tonight?
Well,
You need the balance of the equaliser of the mo. I think that'd be the only way you could override.
we saw Mitch Thompson win with the moustache.
See support behind Movember.
That's it. So that was about a 120, 122 through that first 400. So he's heading for a 10 to 10:15 minute 3K. So those first couple of guys well under what their goal would be. So we'll try and keep track of the whole field as they progress through this race.
Do have to give a bit of a shout out as well to Damien Cusack, AFL boundary umpire, there on screen at the moment as well. Also adds to our kitty at the end of the season when we do chuck attention to these guys. So Damien Cusack there, we can see on screen.
So is he leading our race at the moment, Locke? Or he's
Not quite. Dave Armstrong, our cameraman's just done us a favour and zoomed in on him. Made him look like he's leading the pack, but he's about
Vic Masters.
that's right, the Vic
Fit
Masters athlete.
There
Try
you
and get a
go.
read on some of these numbers as well. AFL boundary umpire, not an easy thing to do. Hats off to him. It starts to spread out.
So when you leave the athletics track, is it a left or a right to the McDonald's?
I reckon it could be a right because I came from going left and I didn't see one.
Yeah, okay.
Close.
Okay.
I don't want to
But
burst the bubble.
my eyes were on the road,
I
not
came from
on the
right.
side.
And I didn't see one.
Didn't see one. I don't know.
Well, they're not around here because
We were a bit flat.
All right, I'll look it up. You're clearly both useless to me. 2:46 for the first 2 laps, which gives us about a 10:20 odd 3K finishing time, which would be a PB for our athlete in front, one of our invitational runners.
And that could be Crosby Crew out the front there. In
Thomas Angus,
hard to quite tell on the singlet. We'll have a look at the
number as he
Trying
comes
to get the
past.
number there.
as he comes past. So Matthew Morrison, spot on in the Crosby Crew. So yeah, Matthew Morrison leading us, and maybe
Waverley.
the new Malvern Waverley singlet we've been seeing. So Samuel Lowe.
and Nate De Silva there of Old Zabs sitting in 3rd place. So a lot of these guys, it's quite spread out, so it's a lot of solo racing.
Don't get me wrong, but I don't think this is the first time we've heard Samuel Lowe's name. Perhaps doing the 3K 800 double.
The old double.
Yeah.
The old VMC double.
Yep, he sure has.
that
He
old
was
trick.
in the men's F 800. Well, he was on the start list, so
That's it's good memory, James. Well done.
thank you.
You're good at running maths and
Well
you're
done.
good at club abbreviations. Good at memory things.
Good but not perfect.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't have thought so.
So Morrison down to Lowe. So they've really strung out pretty quick, so
It does make it harder running around a track when you're a bit spread out. Well, I
Yeah.
guess any time, even if it's a road race, if it's spread out straight away, it is not as easy as jumping in a pack.
yeah, that's right. So no wind protection here.
Someone keep you company.
Rene De Silva of Old Zavarians.
See Will
Third
Pratt there in
position.
4th place.
Moment. Will Pratt. So going back to memory, yep. So maybe not quite motivated by his son's get to the front early tactics, and he's holding himself back just a little bit.
Angus Thomas here, the 11-year-old, rolling through.
Finds himself mid-pack.
So I wonder if we'll see the old boundary umpire sitting on the youngster through this little bit
Sit
here.
and kick.
Or maybe he's going to put his hand up and help to take some of the lead. He's looking at his watch, so he's obviously got a bit of a pace in mind.
John Condagonis there with Kilo St Bernard's, I think the father of Steph, who also raced earlier in the night. So a
if
few
you speak
family
about
affairs in
memory,
there.
it's coming to all of us now.
Start to see a bit of move towards the front there. Maybe these 2nd and 3rd placed athletes now starting to pick up a little bit on the race leader.
Yeah, and that's going to help. If De Silva and Lowe can work together, there's still plenty of time for them to be able to catch up on
De Silva
ground.
looking very comfortable there in third place. He's more than happy to sort of be pulled along and see if he can get to the leader.
You know what? If I had to pick a winner at this stage, I'm picking De Silva.
You're on him.
You're a genius, mate.
He looks very, very comfortable.
You're, please share some more insights with us, James.
All right, hey, feel free to take your pick. I didn't hear any of you shouting out for that first.
All right,
so.
I'm going to stick with our Crosby crew leader. I reckon maybe he might get past kind of soon, but I reckon he'll hang on and rest a bit and then come back. That's my bold prediction.
Okay.
I like it.
Mitch, what are you picking at this stage?
Well, I was going to get on De Silva, but now I can't pick the same one. So I might just go rogue and just throw in Angus Thomas to come from 150 back. The 11-year-old. Find the young buck strength. What was it? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Young buck strength?
No, the young buck enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Now he's got a bit to find, but who knows?
It would be a massive advantage to Matthew Morrison if De Silva and our Athletics Waverley, Samuel Lowe do pass him.
So it'd be interesting.
Depends on the experience of him, I guess. Sort of happy to be passed and just sort of sit for a bit. Their PBs are pretty close together.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see how Lowe can bounce back from that 800 earlier. Will he still have it in his legs? I reckon it'd be hard to ask him to win in a sprint finish at the end. But Lowe looking pretty comfortable.
Really strong.
De Silva may have sent like the obvious choice early on, but Lowe's looking pretty comfortable too.
Morrison.
Damien Cusack now starting to move through as well.
And Pratt, dad of Ollie, as Ollie just waits. Oh, you can't see this on the screen, but we can see him waiting in lane 8, cheering on his dad.
That's a great picture.
Just waiting for dad to run past.
Ollie Pratt, he had his hand in his mouth watching his dad come past.
Probably not for enthusiasm for his dad, probably to see if he'll beat his time.
Yeah, he's like,
he's nervously waiting.
Yeah. Do you remember what time he got in that last heat?
It was about 10 minutes, 10 flat.
He was moving.
Yeah, no, he's got his dad. Matthew Morrison just a few metres back from De Silva now. I'd love to see him fight his way back, but I think you might be right, James, if you call about De Silva.
We'll see. He's looking very comfortable, but so too's Lowe. And I mean, he's obviously fit if he's willing to put his hand up to do an 8 and 3K.
And if he has, he's moving incredibly well, because that is not an easy double. Not at all.
No, not at all. I would have thought with the 800 before would make it even harder. Just that lactic burn. And I mean, if he's done the 8, he's obviously got the speed as well. So we'll see how De Silva goes. It looks like he's put about a metre or two on.
Comes into the bell here.
You know, if you take the first letter of Samuel's name and then his last name, it spells slow. But he certainly is not right now, is he?
He's not at all.
That's a good turn.
I've been thinking about that.
Yeah, you have, haven't you?
Yeah.
Your tip here, De Silva. He's hanging on the back, but it's hard to go past Matthew Morrison. He's looking quite good, but it'll be a good duel here, I reckon, over the last 200. As we see the early race leader now start to drift back. 200 to go. He's going to get on his shoulder here, De Silva. 9:57 on the clock. See what they have left in the legs. The 8-3 double. It might have taken him out of it, but he's fighting on hard. He doesn't want to relinquish that inside as De Silva gets the big, long legs rolling. And he starts to creep up on his shoulder and ask a few questions. Morrison, can he hold on to it in the new singlet, the new club?
So it is Samuel Lowe, the leader.
Awesome.
And he's pushing away De Silva, trying to do it. And De Silva's waited to the absolute last minute, and that has paid off. Sam Lowe maybe stopping to watch a little bit early there. He was ready to go, but look, that's PBs for them both. Sam Lowe entering with 10:40.
Cusack coming
11
through.
flat. And they were well under that.
10:43 for Matthew Morrison, our early race leader, so he's got a 35-second PB there. Ollie's dad crosses the line.
I think he's got him.
Will Pratt 11.25. He
Angus
picks up
Thomas here, 12.05 PB.
Oh, is this our
This is our
11-year-old
athlete. He's on 11.06 coming into the straight.
Not bad.
So he's blown that out of the water.
He had a quick
He's
look over
actually
his
huge.
shoulder too. And what a run from the youngster. Stopping his watch straight before it didn't happen.
Huge PB.
Fantastic
I'd
run.
love to see his Macca's order.
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
huge. Gets a high five from the other mate he was racing all 7.5 laps.
Yeah, tell you what, if there's someone that deserves a Happy Meal tonight, Angus Thomas, and give him a double cheeseburger because that was a huge PB.
3:45 pace for the 11-year-old there. Huge. Huge.
See John Condognotis.
I think most of these runners have picked up
Coleman
PBs tonight. And largely done it solo.
Well, that's the hardest part, isn't it? So the rest of the field come through now.
John Condogonis, I think, was just outside, pretty close. An athlete from Melbourne University, Greg Steele, just outside of his PB. And John Curry from Doncaster.
Scott McGill here. He's going to bring it home. And finish us off for the night. Everybody home and hose now.
And a late finish to the night for these gentlemen, so they can get home to bed via Macca's, of course, if they ran a PB, that's allowed. Maybe take the morning off work, I'm not sure. I'm not taking calls from their boss, but I guess that might be allowed, I don't know.
Yeah. Dad, can I miss school because I ran a PB?
All right,
asking
that's
the
the way it
question.
works.
so thanks for everyone for tuning in tonight, the first ever meet from Vic Milers Club at Duncan MacKinnon Reserve. Box Hill will be the next one on the 10th of December. We have 800 and 1500 metre events, so they're streamed via the YouTube channel for Athletics Exclusive.
Thanks
Just
for
before we
tuning in.
go, I do want to say a huge thank you to our 3 commentators in James Coleman, Michael Masseni and Mitch Dyer. Also to Dave Armstrong on camera as always. Also to Andrew Shipp, who has been cutting up the videos live for us in Sydney. We will be back on Thursday, the 28th of November for the Box Hill Whitehorse Classic. That will be the next event on Athletics Exclusive, so be sure to tune in then. Until next time, thank you very much for watching.